Right. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and a few gentlemen joining us this morning. Thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Mamiki Masilo.
And I am Andile Ndlovu.
And now we will be hosting today's Africa's Girl Child Dialogue. This year's theme being exploring career opportunities in mining, ICT, and wildlife. Before we proceed with the conference, we would like to note a few things. First and foremost, we would like to welcome those that are joining us online. Second of all, we would also like to make a few pointers in terms of the noise levels. We do understand that we are in a workspace, so please let's be cognizant of our noise levels. I would like to call on the safety rep to just make a few pointers of the day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Diano. I work for Fire Ops as a floor warden. My job is to make sure that you guys are safe. During a cases of emergency, there will be an audible alarm that sounds, which will instruct you to vacate the premises. Whilst doing so, please do use of 2 fire escapes, the one where you entered and the one on your left. When you exit the auditorium, please keep to your left. You will find a grey push bar. It will lead you out to assembly point B. If there's anyone struggling with immobility or medical unfitness, please do inform myself or your host. We will be glad to assist you. Is there any questions? Thank you.
Can we just note where the toilets are located, or did?
When you exit the auditorium, there's by the reception. So you exit a glass door on your left, either side of the building. There's male and female toilets on your left.
All right, thank you so much. We do understand that we are all of different ages today, but I see a lot of young women. Could we just be respectful to one another in terms of questions as well? Could we just be respectful and respect everyone's question? So just to give an intro, so in the previous years, the Africa Girls Child Dialogue was based much on Africa's girl child and their struggle for health, education, and agency. It is a known fact that girls and young women across the continent still face massive challenges in trying to access basic services and are still subjugated to human rights violations. To bring it back to South Africa, girls and young women are still greatly subjugated to poverty, which ties into child-headed households, gender-based violence, greatly from those they know, and little to no access to quality education, which then translates to limited skills to enter the job market and participate fully in the economy. With those looming issues I've just mentioned, it is no excuse to give up on the development and empowerment of young girls and young women. This is not to scare, but to inform. According to Stats SA, youth aged between 15 to 24 recorded the highest unemployment rate of 62.1%. That is more than half of that demographic. Youth between the ages of 24 to 34 years recorded a high unemployment rate of 40.7%. These are young people that are willing physically and mentally and able to work. These are young people who have stamina and creativity that can rebuild the country's economy. These young people are seated in front of me. These young people are you and me. Moving away from the challenges and barriers experienced by youth, today's conference aims to not only inspire, but to further inform and open up a platform for girls, young women to explore careers in exciting and scarce skills in sectors of mining, ICT, and wildlife. I'm sure you have all heard the phrase male-dominated, and I'm pretty sure you understand the real definition behind those words. Today, I question you on the following. We are the generation that demands equity, access, and opportunity. Then what are the tasks that we will put in place? If we are to demand, we surely are to act. We specifically intended the day to be more about interaction and not just information. Please sit back, enjoy, reflect, learn, and engage. Most importantly, act. So without any further delay, I would like to call on Mr. Chris Marolong, who is the Global Advisor and the SADC Executive Director of Good Governance Africa.
Good morning, everyone. Come on. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Oh, sir. You know, I always tease my daughters, and I like to say that when I knew I was old, it was when people I felt most comfortable with started calling me sir. And then I knew at that stage that, yep, I'm not as young as I like to fool myself into believing. But as you know, we make a light-hearted address today, and as a way of introducing and recognizing the great introduction and the challenges that are in front of us, and the things that we'll be discussing during this girl-child dialogue, I found it somewhat ironic that the first person to speak at a sort of conference and dialogue that was focusing on the girl child and women was a man, right? And I think it's ironic, but really it is a good reminder of the challenges that we face in society, that you face in particular as young women in society, that is characterized by tendencies that benefit people like me. And when I say benefit people like me, I'm talking about the privilege that many of us males enjoy in society. I've kind of strayed off what I had prepared to say today just by looking at you guys here today and being inspired by what I see in front of me, which is really the hope and the potential of our country, of our communities, and how important, and I'm reminded about this today now, and I'll speak about it because of where I was also yesterday evening, which was at the prize giving ceremony of my daughter, who is in grade 12 and is leaving school. And very shortly, we expect will be leaving home. Not fast enough, she says, but that's a story for another day. I just also wanted to acknowledge something before I began, and it's you, all of you, the young women in this room, the young ladies who are here and are leaders and thought shapers in society, and the people that will ultimately be sharing lessons with you on how the girl child, yourselves, can ultimately thrive, notwithstanding the challenges that we face in society. So today, we're not just here to recognize Program Director, the International Day of the Girl Child, but really also to celebrate, as you indicated, the fact that there is potential for you to be empowered. There are opportunities for you. And more importantly, we're here to celebrate, right? Are we here to celebrate? Yes. Are we? Yeah. Okay, what are we celebrating? Since you're here to celebrate. Sorry? Young women. Why? Okay. You're about to take up spaces in the world. And this is great. And it's exactly that. It's about how we can support you on this journey to find those spaces that position you in the world. It's almost as if you wrote my little short speech here today. And it's amazing because it means that already we are feeling aligned and we feel that sense of purpose on what it is that we should be doing today and what it is that brings us together, especially as girl children, young women, interested and excited about that position that we have in the future. So when I was coming in here this morning, I was told a phrase that I'm not very familiar with. I've heard it a couple of times from my wife. I've heard it a couple of times from my daughters and my colleagues from Good Governance Africa, which is the organization that I lead. The women there, as I was coming in, said to me something. They said, Chris, there are a couple of rules if you're going to talk to girl children today. And I said, what are those rules? I wish I hadn't asked. They said, rule number 1, Chris, do not mansplain. Mansplain. You know what mansplain is? You know what mansplain is? Basically, mansplain is a term that says that guys like me, when they're given platforms like this, they feel entitled to talk about things that we have no context of and no understanding of. And we try very much as men to tell you what your experience is as the girl child and young women. None of that today. In actual fact, I'm here, program director, not because I felt the urge to mansplain, to assume that position in society. But I'm here today to listen. We call this thing the girl-child dialogue. And what happened here today is a good example of what dialogue is about. It's not about my position of power in society or whatever it is. It's not about that positionality. It is about us listening to each other, sharing ideas on how we can support you on this very often complex journey of life. It's very important. And as such, as I was sort of preparing for it and getting these advices, they also said something else, which I'll try not to be. Hi, guys. By the way, those who come late get fined. Yeah, you have to do press-ups and a dance here. Just kidding. Just kidding. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. I was just saying before you came that we were really excited and waiting for you guys to come. And that's why we took our time, because you guys are the actual VIPs today. Do you know what a VIP is? It's a very important person. And we are glad that you could join us today as our VIPs. So the second rule that they gave me, some more VIPs, come in. Come in. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Do we have more special guests? Okay, so we're good to go. One more. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Program director, if I go over the time, it's not my fault, right? I had to pause, so we'll start counting again. So I was saying the second rule that my colleagues gave me, especially when addressing future leaders, girl children, and the young women in this room is they said, do not be boring, which means don't give your usual speeches, Chris. And I'll try as much as possible not to talk down to you, but really to talk with you and to engage in it. So I want us to do an exercise. Please all stand up. Please all stand up. All right. Thank you. I like this power. Stand up, sit down. So I want you to turn to the person to your right. Turn to the person to your right. No, the other right. Just kidding. Turn to the person on your right. Look at them in the eye. Look at them in the eye. Smile. Smile at them. Smile at them. Ask them. So guys, ask them these two things, okay? Ask them to tell you one thing that brings them joy in their lives. And then secondly, ask them what makes them feel empowered as a woman. Not you, sir. That's just going to be a bit strange. But for the ladies and for the ladies, the women, and the girl children, ask the person you're looking at what brings you joy and what makes you feel empowered as a woman. Let's do it quickly. Let's go. Come, let's go. Okay. Alrighty then. Lots of conversations, right? So now I'm gonna just pick on you guys randomly because I saw some interesting conversations. And I choose you ladies to start. Yeah, give them the mic, please. Yeah, we're gonna go through. So, what makes you feel joy and what makes you feel empowered as a woman?
The fact that I can wake up every day, and the other answer for, I will just delegate this to the kids out here. The things that make me feel empowered as a woman is to get up every day and inspire young women like me.
Thank you. Let's go into the middle of the let's give one of these young women who were talking so interestingly there. Right, don't pass it on, you. What makes you feel joy? What makes you feel empowered as a girl child, as a woman?
So what makes me feel empowered is that I get the opportunity to be at an amazing school, and even being here today makes me so happy.
Nice. Pass it backwards. Oh, you can. Go ahead. Tell us your truth.
What makes me happy is being with my friends and family, and what makes me empowered is being here and being with a happy family.
Stay there. Family. Very important. Let's pass it back there. Yes, don't avoid it. It's not going anywhere.
Okay, what makes me happy is friends, family, books. What makes me empowered, or what makes me feel empowered, is seeing, I guess, the women, I guess, in this environment and at a larger scale, succeeding.
Yeah. Woo! Okay.
Hi. What makes me feel very happy is being able to be the voice of the voiceless in my community. What makes me feel empowered as a young woman is the fact that I am entrusted to become a leader in my community and help the people in my community with their problems. Yes.
Excellent. Maybe let's go to the other side of the room. And really, I mean it. It's so funny that the contributions that we have received today are basically everything about what I was going to share with you in the speech. So you're making my job easy. I'll talk very shortly now. Yes.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. What makes me happy is being born in a free democratic country and getting to reach for my dreams as a young black woman. And what makes me empowered is being part of an after-school program, Positive Vibrations, where we teach young girls, we are taught leadership, to stand up for our rights as women, as children, and to stand up for our educational rights, to explore our history, to know all the basic rights of the country, to know our heritage, to know our culture, to embrace one another, and to stand one as young girls in our community.
Woo! Power! Over there, yeah. Those lovely learners of mine. Yeah. You thought you were going to hide at the back. No.
Hi, everyone. So basically what makes me happy is the fact that in the school that I'm in, because, for example, I'm a lover of music, and now I get to play like 5 instruments, even though the other 2 are voice. And what makes me feel empowered is the fact that, as she said, taking up space here, because honestly, this looks like a boardroom that the president would sit in. And so, so being in here just lets me know that I'm doing something right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for being open with us today and for sharing your lovely stories. You can sit down again because the president is speaking now. If I remember, the president, when he was doing his family meetings, he used to talk to us with an iPad, and then I used to know that, yep, it's about to get serious here. So, to all of you brilliant women sitting here today, I want you to remember one thing that I will say today, and one thing that has been shared in many of the remarks that we're receiving today. And I want you to repeat this after me, after I've told you this mantra, because it's so important. Just remember one thing that I would have said from this experience of us interacting and engaging. I want you to remember that your dreams are not just valid. So your dreams are not just valid. They are actually the fuel that will empower and drive you So I'll repeat that again. Your dreams, the things that you aspire to. That's why I asked you, what brings you joy? What makes you happy? What empowers you? Your dreams, each and every one of you. And I'm not saying this from in a vacuum because it's a cool thing to say. I'm saying it because I experience this in my life. And the little success that I have enjoyed in my life has been through understanding that our dreams are valid and they will be the fuel that will drive our success. So let's repeat with me. Say, my dreams are valid. My dreams are valid. And they're the fuel, that will drive my success. So remember that, because I'm going to be repeating that a few times, and it's an exam. What did I say? Just kidding. So my dreams are valid. And they're the fuel that drives my success. Yeah? You got it? Excellent. Okay. So, through our dreams, through the things that we hold dear to us, the purpose that we have in life, we are able to drive the difference, the change that was spoken about so well today. We are the ones, especially you'll hear this a lot as you grow up, which I found very patronizing, which is, they like to say to young people that you are the future. You are not the future. You guys are the leaders that we need now. And I call upon you guys today to remember that your dreams are valid, the things that you believe and hold dear to you, but more importantly, it is those things that hold our purpose that will ultimately be the aspects of our life that will lead us to these aspirations, these dreams, these commitments that we hold so dear in our lives. These are the things that ultimately will push us forward, push forward our communities, and allow us to succeed. So I'm also standing in front of you today, and I hope you can sense the sense of purpose that I have and the belief that I have in you. Because as I was telling you, I was at my daughter's prize-giving ceremony. And she's the head girl of her school at St. Mary's DSG in Pretoria. And I was blown away by what I saw, because she spoke with conviction, the same conviction that I see in many of you today. She spoke with confidence. But that was not a mistake. It is because she has been given the opportunities like the one and the space that you are in today. That's right. You're not in this room by mistake. You are chosen. You are selected because you deserve it. And like her, she has been one of those young women who have seized every opportunity, who has understood that in order to benefit from some of these opportunities, she very often, and listen to me carefully on this one, she very often has to grab her place at the table. It is neither given, it is neither easy, and it is often full of obstacles put in front of you by people like me. I'm not trying to position all men as your enemies, because many of us men will be your allies. But in order for us to be your allies, I begin to understand, as my colleague said to me as I entered this door, allies are the men who do not mansplain and talk to your truth, but it is those men who stand beside you and ultimately want to help you through this journey. not because you need our help, but because they believe they become better. And our societies become better because of your contribution. It's important. Your dreams, remember, are what? And they are? And it is those in society, men and women, who affirm your dreams, who understand that it is those dreams that will drive and fuel your success and fill you with a sense of purpose, are the ones that you must stand by. It's very important today, as I try to encourage you, try to inspire you a bit, that you understand that there is a vibrant and diverse opportunity that is presented to you in South Africa. In South Africa, our beautiful country. You probably hear a lot of stuff in the news about how bad things are. You probably hear a lot, especially from my organization, about how governance, which is, that process that decides in our communities, in our country, who gets what, when, and how, is not where it should be. But even having said so, I want you to acknowledge the fact that in South Africa, we are in a society that does provide for young women like yourselves here today to explore vibrant and diverse career opportunities that exist in sectors like mining. It's one of the sectors that we'll be talking about today, and that is why we're so grateful for Anglo American for inviting us into this presidential palace. Beep, 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 right? And it is people like Anglo American in the mining sector, companies like Telkom in the information technology and communications sector, and those in wildlife conservation who open up some of these vibrant and largely unexplored opportunities for women. So I'm urging you and reminding you that these industries that were once dominated by men now offer a blank canvas for you to paint your dreams and make your mark. And as we say that, we say we do it not because, as President Kennedy said of the United States when he was talking about why they must land on the moon, he said, we do not do it because it is easy. We do it because it is hard. That's what he said. And we do this painting this canvas that will define the role of women in society, not because it's easy, but because, guys, it's going to be hard, and others who come after you, who you must pass it forward to, are going to ask you to do the same. You must remember this. And more importantly, we do it because our dreams are what? And they are the fuel that will drive our success. Not because it's easy. It never is. It's going to be filled with obstacles. It's going to be hard. And very often, there are going to be people who will stand as barriers to your success. So as I conclude, and I can see the program director is like, dude, you've got to keep to time. I want to just remind you of a few things, which is that as we celebrate this International Day of the Girl Child, let us all, as we have agreed, to recommit ourselves to creating a world that values and supports the aspirations of young women like yourselves everywhere. Let's champion and call for equal opportunities. Let's dismantle those barriers where they exist. Let's ensure that all of you, girl children, have a chance to pursue those dreams that we have committed to be the fuel that drives our success. So my dear young women, remember that you are architects of your own life. Remember that you are architects of your own lives. You need to embrace your uniqueness, embrace your power, embrace your dreams. I certainly do believe that together you can create a future where every girl child has the freedom to choose her path, where every girl child can thrive and make a difference. I want to thank you from deep down in my heart. I want to thank you guys deep down in my heart for being here, for taking the time, for finding your way into rooms like this. Keep on pushing. Keep on coming together as communities. Communities of people who share those dreams of a changed society and understand that you are the change that you are looking for. Thank you very much. Program Director, I know I've gone on a little bit over the time. I just wanted to recognize a few organizations. I've talked about Anglo and their kind contribution to allow us to come into the space. We really, really appreciate your contribution and for hosting us so magnificently. To Telkom for their generous financial contribution, which have made this possible. That is the Telkom Foundation. To Boston City Campus for bursaries. That will be made available today. And and these bursaries, I understand, will be worth something like 150,000 rand. So, there's a lot to go around. Okay? So look out for those. To our other kind sponsors, Africa Tikkun, Mina Cups, Palesa Pads, St. Andrew's School and their Bambiswayo project, the Rotary Club of Eagle Canyon, the Mail and Guardian, our media partner, and all of the speakers who are going to address you today. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your effort. To my boss and member of my board, Ma'am Linda Vilakazi, thank you for being the project sponsor of this event. Thank you for convening us and reminding us, even in GGA, that we are important. Women are important. I'm even speaking like you, okay. That women are important. The girl child are important parts. And ultimately, that we must continue to push for their development. I want to thank my colleagues for organizing this. That is my colleagues at GGA. In particular, that lady over there, who looks very stressed and worried about the organization. Gail, you've done a fantastic job, and we really appreciate your efforts. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marolong. No mansplaining detected. I did not hear any of that. And thank you for the activity. I looked at my co-host and said, what makes me happy? And I'm like, coffee. What inspires me? Coffee. But without any delay, I would just like to call on the next item, which is the Ekurhuleni schools, to give us a bit of entertainment. Are they here? Can we call them up with the applause? Don't be shy.
children of the world, we children of Africa, we children of South Africa, we believe that a successful society invests its best resources and hopes in the success of its children. An unsuccessful society ignores or maltreats its children. Children are the future of our species. How a society treats its children is a direct reflection of how that society looks at its future. The Children Bill of Rights proposes rights for children, that all adults on earth should honor and respect these rights, so that we may help create the very best future for ourselves and in turn our own children. A moral and competent society is one that respects and upholds the rights of its children. A society that fails to do so is immoral and incompetent. And 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and freeze! Children rights every child should have or be able to do. As a child grows, the entitlement of children rights. By the child and for the child. By the child and for the child. By the child and for the child. Yay! All children have the same rights. These rights are listed in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Almost every country has agreed to these rights. Children are entitled to their rights and freedom. We advise adults to carry and respect. And exercise our rights. As we grow, we have more responsibilities to make choices and exercise our rights with full conviction and understanding from our parents. Children's rights. What? Children's rights. What? Amalungelo wabantwana. Amalungelo wabantwana. Amalungelo wabantwana. Every child has a right to a name and nationality from birth, to family care or parental care, or to appropriate alternative care when removed from a family environment, to basic nutrition, shelter, basic healthcare services, and social services, to be protected from maltreatment, neglect, abuse, and degradation, not to be required or permitted to perform work that is inappropriate for that person of that child age, or place at risk the child well-being, physical or mental health, or moral, or spiritual, or social development. Human dignity. Everyone has inherent dignity, and their rights have their dignity respected and protected. Life. Everyone has a right to life. I have a right to travel, to explore, to be excited, and to see things around me. I have a right to play, to leisure, and to make friends. I have a right to feel good about myself. Feel good about myself. I have a right to dream, have a vision, have ideas, and to be innovative. I have a right to ask questions, to report any matter. No one is allowed to kidnap or to sell me. I have a right to speak the language of my choice. Working together in a fight against crime, abuse, neglect, and violence against children. Child neglect is a criminal offense. Report all forms of abuse to the nearest police station. Real men respect women and children. Real men protect and care for their children. Parents should monitor the movement of their children at all times. Parents should not be tricked into sacrificing their own children for money. Stay alert. Human trafficking is a violation of human rights. Stay alert. Abandoned children and children without parents or guardians are easy target for human trafficking. Stay alert. The police can assist or help you. Do not hesitate to go to the nearest police station as a victim of abuse or human trafficking. And it is easy to become a victim. Stay alert. Stay informed and be safe. Stay alert. Stay informed and be safe. Don't look away. Hands against abuse. Stop the violence against women and children. Your safety, our consent. Your safety, our consent. Child line 0800055555. 08000555. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustice of our past. Honor those who suffer for justice and freedom in our land. Respect those who have worked to build and develop our country. that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to heal the division of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice and fundamental human rights, lay the foundation for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is protected by law, improve the quality of life of all citizens, and free the potential of each person, and build a united and democracy. South Africa able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. May God protect our people. Ngozi sikeleli Africa. Murena buluka sishabasa Yesu. God say Africa. God bless South Africa. Mutimu fazileza Africa. Wosika tekisa Africa.
I think we can all agree that was a beautiful item from the Ekurhuleni schools. And I think one thing I took away, they said that children are a direct reflection of how the future will be. Thank you so much for that item. Stay alert, as they said. Stay alert throughout the day. Next on the program, I would like to call on Umam Linda Vilakazi, who is our project sponsor.
Please forgive me, I'm teary after watching the Ekurhuleni girls. I think they just summed it all. Thank you so much. And I think their item really summarized why we are here. And I think Chris Maruleng from GGA also touched on quite a number of things. So I'm really going to abandon my speech and try and be really short. Because like Chris said, today it's about you. The girls summarized it all. We all know about the body called the United Nations. South Africa ascribes to the ideals of the United Nations. In 2011, the United Nations adopted this day as the International Day of the Girl Child. This was after much work by women's groups and activists who were saying, as we fight the challenges against women, let us not lose sight of the ills of society on the girl child. It's not ignoring the lives of the boys, but it's being specific about the challenges and tribulations that girls go through. That the work we do for women will go to waste if we don't conclude the loop. You know the idea of a loop. If we focus on empowering women, but we ignore that when they are young, they still have many challenges. If we don't attend to those challenges, then we will forever be catching up and trying to rescue women. But if we start working with them when they are young and begin to produce this confidence and clarity of issues that we saw just now, it's a good way to ensure that in future, life could even be much better for women and for girls and for everyone. Because if you help women do better, they then tend to help everybody around them. So in 2011, the United Nations declared the 11th of October as the International Day of the Girl Child. And since then, each year it has been celebrated internationally. So the responsibility sits on each country to make sure that it gets serious about doing good work, to undo and eliminate the barriers that are in society that make it difficult for girls to access opportunities and be able to be who they really want to be without being dictated upon and without also facing some of the challenges that the girls reminded us of. The onus is on the country to do the work. Now, you will all agree with me that countries have different characteristics and behavior. This country that we so love signed to be part of this amazing organization, the United Nations, and to support all the regulations and agreements that come out of the United Nations. But we cannot leave all the work to government. I need not say why. We live in this country, we know what is happening. But even if government was trying, when there's a challenge, even at home, you don't only let one person deal with it. Everything that's a challenge, if we all come together, it gets better. It gets easier and we make progress. So we as South Africans, we are not government. GGA, Anglo, yourselves, the young girls came with Mama Lungi. She's a volunteer in Ekurhuleni who nurtures these young minds just as an individual in the community who believed something must be done. And we have many of you. So all the adults I see in the room, you are part of a community that is making sure that what we ascribe to as a country gets done. So we often get together and say, what can we do? So last year, we approached GGA and we said, from my profile, I've always worked in gender stuff, but I was a girl too. And I was subjected to many things as a girl. There was a time I thought, is my life all about getting a man, being married, and having children? And I was lucky, because amongst me, there were many people like the adults I see here today who kept on saying to me, Linda, you can do better. Linda, you can do better. I was taken to youth groups by people who didn't even know me from a bar of soap. So when this happens to you, embrace it, because that's how we all grow. So from that support, I was able to do many things that probably I'm proud of today. Some are a burden because you can't sleep. You're like, what more can I do? And when that burden happened a year ago, I went to GGA and I said to them, you are a great organization. They do a lot of research. And I said, can we work together to publish a journal? You all have this journal in your bags. This journal was written by various journalists and writers, researchers across the continent who wrote on the circumstances of girls under various issues. So this was a collection of what's happening to girls in this continent, including in South Africa. Please use it. After that, we then said, okay, there are many problems. It's true, we put them in a document, and this document lives forever. Please read it, take it home, share it with other people around you. Great teachers, educators, even if not by profession like Mam Lungi, share it with your community. But we then said, each year we're going to stop on the 11th of October and celebrate that day for South Africa, but also use it differently. Use it to motivate others to do something, even if you do it for 2 girls or 3 girls around you. Do something with a girl that you meet, even if it's just at home. Understand that that girl will be our future leaders. It's not a mistake that somebody like Mephumzile Mlambo Mngcuka became our deputy president for this country. She came as a girl like any one of you. She walked barefooted to school. So any one of you in this room will be a leader tomorrow. And you can change other people's lives. And probably you know many others that I can't even mention today that have broken this barrier. But you can break it if others work with you. So I'm really grateful to the many people that Chris mentioned who helped us make today possible. Beyond the day of celebrating like we're doing today, we throughout the year try and run various workshops with the cohort of the young people that attend the dialogue. So when we started last year, we had a group of young people that came around 30, and since that day, we have worked with them on various workshops that speak to their needs and whatever opportunity they look for. That's why today we have these 2 dynamic women here being the MCs for the day. They were attendees just like you last year. But when we called them to workshops, we watched them, we saw how they behaved. And this year we said, then you're going to run the day yourselves because this is about you. So there we go, it works. So thank you very much. This year we are not talking problems. Today we're showcasing to you young women that have done great. So the 3 sectors we're talking about, you will be exposed to young women who are doing amazing stuff. They give me goosebumps. I would like you to look at them, see yourselves in them. Whatever dream you have, Chris spoke about your dreams, it is possible. You are not alone. Learn to talk to people around you. Use today to take our numbers, to trouble us. Anybody who says anything you like, follow them before 4 o'clock. Ask for their number, take a pamphlet, because the people that are in this room came because they care. And thank you all very much. I only can wish you well for the day. And let us carry on this baton. Let us ensure that we keep on going. Small as we are, I think they say, what is that thing that moves and carries moss? As you move, you gain more traction. So as we move, we're going to gain more traction. Look how we filled the room with just young people this year. Last year, we had executives. It was a bit embarrassing. We were speaking to ourselves. I'm very excited. Today, we have the actual young people, and it is because of the support we got from others. So thank you. May we carry on as we've done now, and may you continue to take the opportunities. Please engage everybody who's got a stand outside. You've got a bag with amazing stuff from various entities. Use what's inside. If you don't understand what's inside the bag, ask any one of us, so that next year you bring more of your colleagues and friends, and they too can be here and continue to do better. Thank you so much, and back to you, program directors.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Linda. And just to emphasize on what Ma'am Linda said, please go through the program. We do have a list of the different initiatives that the speakers, so sorry about that, that the different speakers are involved in. So please go through the program and get to know them better. We can't call up all their bios because for time's sake, we'll be here until tomorrow. They have done amazing work. So thank you, Ma'am Linda. Just to center ourselves, okay, we'll sort that out later. So just to center ourselves, sometimes we are so caught up in our minds and so caught up in the stresses of life. However, we forget to breathe. We forget to center ourselves and say that, you know what, let me breathe and center myself. So on the program next, we would like to call on Dr. Ela Manga, who will take us through a breathing exercise. Can you welcome her?
Good morning. Wow. There is something incredibly special about this moment. We are here. And we are breathing. You know, so often in our lives, we spend time and energy thinking about what there is still left to do. We worry about our future. And we don't often appreciate what has brought us to this moment. So let us take a moment to ground ourselves in gratitude for everything that has brought you to this moment, that has brought us together here in this room. From the speakers to all of you, to the sound technicians, to our sponsors, to the event organizers, to the program directors, we are here together. We are here to learn from each other. We are here to be inspired, to share, to grow. And so perhaps we can just take a moment to ground ourselves here in our body with our breath. We want to be fully present for today, right? Okay, so I'm going to share with you a very simple breathing technique. Share two, but for the first one, this is a very simple and powerful practice that I encourage you to do 100 times a day. Okay? Research has shown that this technique is the most simple, quick, and effective way to break the stress response. Okay, It's very simple. We're going to inhale through the nose twice as if you are breathing in a beautiful rose. So 2 inhales through the nostrils, the first one in the belly and the other one in the heart. As imagine that you are sniffing a rose, a beautiful rose, right? So that's how you're going to inhale. Breathe in once, breathe in twice, and the exhale is as if you are blowing bubbles through a straw. Like that. Got it? Okay. Inhale once, inhale twice, one out through the mouth. Let's do that again. Inhale once, inhale twice. Wonderful. But this time, as you exhale, you're going to feel that you are relaxing the shoulders, relaxing the tension in the neck, right? So this time, when you inhale, you feel like you are filling yourself with energy. And on the exhale, you are softening, releasing, letting go. Let's do that once more. Inhale once, inhale twice, and exhale slowly. Beautiful. Did you feel the difference? Okay. What did that do? Remember this. This is the grounding breath. Very simple. Just remember the nose, rose, and exhale through the mouth as if you are blowing bubbles through a straw. I'd like to tell you a little story about a young woman. She was bright. She was enthusiastic about life. She was passionate about life. She cared deeply about the world. She did well at school. She had friends. But when she went home, she felt so lonely. She was anxious about the future. She couldn't sleep at night. She spent hours staring up at the ceiling because she was so filled with anxiety, and really she felt quite lonely. So to the world, it seemed that everything was fine. She was happy. She was confident. But really, in her private moments, she felt alone and sad. And it was in those moments when she felt that nothing else made sense in the world, she realized that she had a best friend that was always with her. And that was her breath. And so she started to cultivate a relationship with her breath. She realized that when she was really anxious, when she was really stressed, she tended to breathe right up high in the chest. And that was making her feel even more anxious. When she felt angry, something else happened to her breath. When she felt relaxed and calm, then her breath started to change. And she realized that her breath was a language that was reflecting what she was feeling. But she also realized, as she started to listen to her breath, that she was also able to change the way she breathed. And when she was able to change the way she breathed, she was able to change the way she felt. And she realized her breath was her superpower. And then she started to get really curious about how this all worked in the body. And she started to investigate and learn. And she realized that this amazing body is so intelligent that it is always working to support us, to tap into its wisdom. And by learning to breathe, she was able to work with the intelligence of her body. She started to wake up to the wonder and power that is our female body. Okay. And so, in moments of pain and in moments of confusion and in moments of anxiety, she learned to find this power center in her. Okay. she located it in her body, in her belly, deep within her body. She knew it was always there. It was her anchor. And so when she realized that she was scared or anxious or worried, she was able to tap into that and notice what she was feeling and come back to that power center using her breath. Okay. And this is the technique that I'd like to teach you today. Okay. As she developed this relationship with her breathing, she used it in every aspect of her life. So when she was sitting at the exam desk and she was feeling really anxious and her heart was beating really fast, she controlled her breathing so that she could feel focused and calm. Okay. When her heart was broken and she was crying and sobbing because she felt like her heart was shattered into pieces, rather than suppressing her feelings, she was able to express her feelings, but know that her breath was supporting her to express her emotions rather than suppress them. Because suppressed emotions make us feel more sick. She used her breath when she was at an interview for a bursary, and she realized that her voice was her breath. That she was able to harness the power of her voice because she knew that it was her breath. Our speech is our breath. And when we can speak from here, then we can influence and shift the space. As we have experienced already through our amazing speakers so far. That the voice did not come from here when we're feeling stressed and anxious, but it comes from here. It comes from our power center. And she also used it in moments of pain when she experienced period pain. She was able to use her breath as medicine. And it is a very simple technique. In and out through the nose. Simply inhaling slowly for a count of 5 and exhaling slowly for a count of 5. That's all. Breathing from here. Feeling that the rib cage is opening and expanding. And on the exhale, softening and relaxing. She found her power center and breathed from that place. Okay. The power center that resides within her body. And I want you to locate where that is for you now. When you think about power and confidence and peace and joy, the joy that we spoke about earlier, where does that live in your body? Okay, find that place. And remember that that place is always there, that we can breathe from that place. And when we feel stressed and anxious and worried, then we can just send our inhale there and come back to that power center on the exhalation. Okay. And that is the technique that we are going to do now. Are you ready? Okay. So I invite you to just put your stuff down, everything that's on your lap, just put it down. Can you uncross your feet and place your feet gently on the ground? As you place your feet on the ground, feel the support of the ground underneath you. Okay. Feel the support of the chair underneath you and behind you. Sit back in your chair. Take the support of the chair. Okay, let's do a few of those grounding breaths. Remember that inhale once, inhale twice. Slow exhale through the nostrils. Inhale once, inhale twice. Slow exhale through the nostrils. Beautiful. If you feel comfortable to do so, you're welcome to close your eyes. Otherwise, you can just look downwards. Look at something at the floor. Okay, beautiful. Now locate your power center. Find the power center within you. Where does it live? Is it in your belly? Can you place your hand there, perhaps? Okay. Now, is there a part of your body that feels sore or tired? Is there something that you're worried about? Okay. So we're going to breathe in from the power center. As we inhale, we're going to send our breath to that place that feels sore. And as we exhale, we're going to come back to our power center as you soften the shoulders and neck. And from the power center, inhale towards that part that feels sore, worried, stressed. And on the exhale, we're going to soften as we return back to our power center. Keep going. Inhale towards the part that feels sore, tired. And on the exhale, slowly, softly returning to the power center. Slow inhale and slow exhale. Keep breathing. Beautiful. Feel like you're opening, expanding on the inhale, softening, releasing on the exhale. Beautiful. Every breath brings you closer to your seat of power, of confidence, of peace. Everything that you need, you have right inside you. Through your breath, everything you need can be accessed. Keep softening. All the parts of your body that are holding on to tension and worry, soften. Use your exhale to melt it out as if it's ice cream melting out on a hot pavement. Beautiful. Long, slow inhale and long, slow exhale. That's it. If you're feeling distracted, if your mind is wandering, that's perfect. Just notice where your mind is going, and on the exhale, come back to your power center in your body. Feel the ground beneath your feet. Your breath is always there to support you. Your breath is a way to ease pain. Your breath is a way to access your voice, to express your heart. Your breath is your power. Keep breathing softly and slowly. Let's breathe together. Inhale for 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale 2, 3, 4, 5. Inhale 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale 2, 3, 4, 5. Beautiful. Let your breath rest and just notice how you are feeling. Notice what has shifted. Notice if you're feeling less tension. Okay? And that was less than 5 minutes. So what I would like to encourage you to remember and feel and practice today is to come back to your breath. When you're feeling tired, just do some grounding breaths. When you're feeling distracted, do some grounding breaths. Okay? Stretch, yawn. Okay? Celebrate your breath. Okay? When we take care of our bodies, then we can truly tap into our most creative potential as women. And that is one thing that I have really learned in my life that I'd like to share with you today and leave you with today. Okay. Arundhati Roy, who is an activist and an author, said something so powerful. Another world is not only possible, she is on her way. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. Thank you for breathing with me today. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ela. Thank you so much for that. And by the way, Dr. Ela is a real doctor. Just before we are in doubt. So when stressed, breathe. When in doubt, breathe. So On the program now, we're going to hand it over to the real deal, to what we are all here for. In the next on the program, I would like to hand over everything to the girls in mining sector. I would like to call on Simangele Soni, who will be opening up the sector. Can we give her a round of applause?
Thank you so much, Mamiki and Andile, doing an incredible job today. Dr. Manga, I'm so relaxed that I'm not even sure if I remember my speech. But we will try. Good morning to all you beautiful, talented, and filled with potential ladies today. It is such a great pleasure for me today to be speaking to you. But firstly, I would like to thank Good Governance Africa for having invited Anglo American to participate in today's event and to partner with us and be part of those who make the change for the future. I'm trying to click to my presentation today. Okay, perfect. So I think I got excited when I heard Ubabu Chris speaking about dreams, because I am a true believer of dreams. I believe that you can go as far as what your mind can take you into. So today I would firstly like to encourage you to pick big dreams so that you can achieve them and so that they can fuel you into a better future. In my conversation today, but before I continue, I just want to say thank you to the Ekurhuleni schools. I got educated today about the rights of children, but also understanding that the way I treat children determines or is a sign of what I think of this country's future. So well done to you guys. Can I ask that we give them a round of applause again? In my conversation today, my conversation is in twofold. Firstly, I would like to try and convince you as people who are responsible for our future, why you should still consider a career in mining. And the second part of my conversation today will be to share with you guys my story as somebody who spent 20 years in mining. I hope I don't look that old, but I've been in mining for nearly 20 years now, to just share with you my story and some of the lessons that I've taken in this industry. Why a career in mining? The mining industry contributes between 3 to 7% to the country's GDP. The Mineral Council's report of 2022, the integrated report, reflected that we contribute 7% to this country's GDP. But not only that, we employ just under 500,000 people in the industry directly. But if you were to look at indirect employment through the goods and services that are rendered in the mining industry, that number quadruples. So this industry is still significant in the economy of this country. But what excites me more than just the monetary contribution that mining has is the contribution that we make to sustainability. As some of you might be aware, that the mining industry is really playing an incredible role in climate change. We're trying to reduce some of the emissions that we bring into the environment. Some of you might have heard of the new gen truck that Anglo American launched last year, that the president went to Mogolokwena mine to actually open that event. Those are some of the innovations that the mining industry is involved in. But also we're playing an incredible part into the transition energy. You are all aware of Eskom and the crisis that we are in. But when you look at some of the great projects in renewable energy that are currently underway in this country, more than 50% of those projects are linked to mining. So we are making a real difference. But also part of sustainability that excites me of being part of this industry is the work that we're doing in the communities, in changing the livelihood of the communities in which we operate, impacting on education, impacting on forming part of startups. I see some of my colleagues from Zimele will be part of the panel today, impacting on changing the livelihood of women in our communities. So we are making a real difference in South Africa. But in addition, mining companies are involved in transformation. That's why I'm standing here today as a black female South African working in the mining industry. You will know that we are really serious about inclusion and diversity. Some of the big companies, Johannesburg Stock Exchange listed companies, in mining are led by female. One of the examples is within the company that I work for. Some of you might know that the Kumba CEO is a black female. The outgoing Platinum CEO is female. Not forgetting that the chair of the Minerals Council is female. So this organization, not only this organization, the sector is really serious about transformation. We have not yet arrived. I remember when I started 20 years ago in this industry, I remember Linda mentioned Mlambunguga. At that time, we only wanted 10%. That was what we were targeting, 10% female participation in the mining industry. We passed that now. We're looking at influencing decision-making of females in this industry. And great strides have been made, but we're not there yet. But also what excites me about this industry is the contribution we're making in innovation and digital transformation. What that has done is that it has expanded careers that are now involved in mining. It's not only your traditional geology, me as a metallurgist, those traditional careers, mining engineering, it's not only that. But our stride to go into innovation, to digitization, has allowed us to attract careers like data science, like machine learning, which is something that is big. So now we're not leaving, the programmers to ICT. We are stealing them now, saying, come here, come participate in AI in our industry. So this industry is really growing and transforming. And even the traditional careers are taking different routes, which I hope will excite you guys to say, if you don't want to be like Smangele in the plant, pad modeling with ferrosilicon because I work at a diamond plant, you can't be sitting in front of the computer doing data analytics, informing the industry, doing machine learning so that we can improve the safety of this industry, but also improve the efficiency of this industry. So this industry is really, really growing in types of careers that it is actually attracting. Also, we're doing a lot of work into reducing the environmental impact. So now, we are attracting hydrologists, which is something that, at a mine, you'll only have one. But because now we're intentional about saving water, we're intentional about reducing the impact and reversing some of the impacts that we've made to the environment, we're now starting to expand the careers that are involved in our industry. But having said all of that, the challenges are still real. Some of you might have listened to some of the recent media, how we're performing as mining industries, the logistical challenges, the energy challenges, the commodity price challenges. So the challenges are still there. That's why I'm here today asking you and trying to convince you that don't take mining as the career of the past, but it is a career that will go into the future. So I hope that you feel welcomed into the mining sector, having seen some of the leaders of the industries being female, making real difference, and being competent in what they're doing and making the difference that is needed. This career welcomed me 20 years ago. That's where now I moved to my story. So just a little bit about myself. The picture that you see there is nearly 40 years old. Of me, I was born in KwaZulu-Natal at a township called Ekurhuleni, next to Richards Bay. Richards Bay is known for mining, but at that age, I think I knew little about mining. The only thing I knew was, if you have asthma, you go to the mines. But jokes aside, I was born in KwaZulu-Natal into a family of 5 children, into parents that were teachers. At the age of 11, unfortunately, our dad passed on. That left my mom to raise children between the age of 13 and 9 months. My eldest sister was 13 years old. I was the second born, 11 years old, and my youngest sibling at that time was 9 months old. That's why that woman is one of my greatest inspirations and my greatest mentor. But that aside, going back into my story. So I grew up in that family where most of my life I was raised by a single parent. Went to boarding school in KwaZulu-Natal at a school next to Verelem, those who know Natal, at a school called Sacred Heart Secondary Convent School. When I was at that school, when we got to grade 10, which we called it Standard 8 at that time, I don't know, Did anyone live in the world of standards? Yay! I feel at home. So, sometimes the standard and the grade I get confused. But in grade 10, we were asked to choose subjects, and I think it's still similar even now, where in the earlier years you do a lot of subjects, but then they ask you to narrow it down. So at that time, as a person that was always wanted to be a doctor, you know, in our generation, being a doctor was the thing. If you felt like you wanted to make a real difference, and if you felt like you want to look intelligent, like, I want to be a doctor. So I was one of those kids that wanted to be a doctor. So at grade 10, I then chose the science subjects. But one thing that I learned at that young age, I think I was 14 at that time, if you could walk, you could start school. So that's why I started school early. If you could walk and talk, you can go to grade 1. So at the age of 14, I made a choice to do science because I wanted to be a doctor. But also one of the lessons I learned at that very young age is that whatever choices you make in your earlier life, make sure that they're able to open up more opportunities. Some of us make choices that limit our future opportunities. So for an example, choosing a career in science allows you to do anything. If you choose a career in science, you can be in humanities. If you choose a career in science, when you get to institutions of higher learning, you can become accounting. You don't need to have done accounting to be an accountant into the future. So my plea to you as youngsters, and I saw some primary kids, is that when you do get the chance to make that career decision or that subject decision, please choose science, because you can always change your mind later on what you can be. But I made the choice. So after making the choice to do science, in grade 11, our guidance teacher then said, ladies, start thinking about second choices. You know, as a youngster, you just want this one thing. And she said to us, start thinking about second choices. I was like, okay, what's next? Then I started thinking about chemical engineering. That became my second choice, which is what I've been doing for the past 20 years. But anyway, at that time, it was my second choice. Then I thought, okay, let me work with my second choice. Then she also guided us. So I'm talking a lot about allowing guidance in your life. She then guided us to say, when you do apply to institutions of higher learning, go in one institution with your first choice, and in the other institution, put your second choice as your first choice. So I applied, for an example, in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. At that time, I said, I want to do medicine. When I applied to UCT, I put chemical engineering as my first choice, where I ended up. But anyway, I was like, okay, but I still want to be a doctor. But also, her asking me to consider a second choice, I then started understanding and researching what chemical engineering was about. And then she pulled me aside at the beginning of grade 12 and said, you know what, Smangile, I've observed you since grade 8. I think you're more an engineer than a doctor. I'm like, what does this woman mean? So I got slightly depressed at the time. I'm like, what does she mean? Since I was 5, I've wanted to be a doctor. But one thing that she then triggered in me is that interest, But she had looked at how clumsy I was, She used to say, Smangile, you always have ideas. You're clumsy. Medicine is structured, sissy. Medicine, you can't say, oopsie, sorry for putting that toe on your arm or something like that. So she had studied the students she was teaching, and she advised me to do chemical engineering, which then became my second lesson in life at the age of 15, 16. Is that please be open to advice from those who have gone before you. Don't say, they don't know, ancient, what do you call it? Like, hey, they're not plugged, they don't understand what's in. But yeah, the dinosaurs, yes, ancient generation. But for me, at a very young age, I realized the importance of taking advice from those who have gone before me. What then that did for me is that in matric, I think it was the first quarter, Anglo American came to our school looking for possible bestsellers. Because of that advice from my guidance teacher, I was then able to raise my hand to be interviewed by Anglo. But if she had never triggered that, please consider your second choice. What about this? I would have sat back and said, Anglo does not sponsor medicine, so I'll sit back. I wouldn't be here today having this talk with you today. So that has been one of my greatest lessons, is that considering advice that come from those who have gone before me. Short story, I then entered into university, where I then did chemical engineering, being sponsored by Anglo. That was 25 years ago, and I've never looked back, and I'm still here even today. So, but this lesson of always taking advice or considering, maybe let me use the word, considering advice, I took throughout my career. When I then started working, having completed my studies in chemical engineering, and I started working at Kimberley Mines at that time, 20 years ago, as a metallurgist, I took this thing in me that I need to learn from those who have gone before me. As I worked at the mines with operators, I needed to learn from them. It didn't matter that they didn't have the chemical engineering degree that I came in with. They had been there. They know how to run plants. So I continued with that. And also in doing that, I became more curious. And I think that is one of the things, curiosity has landed me in the opportunities that I've received with the BS that has made me even today to still be with Anglo, because I think in the career that I've had more than 10 jobs in 20 years, which has led me to doors opening because I remain curious and learned from those who went before me. The third lesson that I also learned as I started to lead people is that everyone is good at something. And I think for me, that has also allowed me to raise my son. Because as a parent, sometimes like, what is this boy good at? Hey, you're struggling. You teach him this, he doesn't get it. You try this. It's like, but as a young person in leadership, line management especially, I started realizing that everybody's good at something. And as a young leader, I needed, my job was to find out what that thing is. They might not know it. I need to help them find out what is it that they're good at, and also harness that they're good at for the benefit of the team and the benefit of themselves, and make sure that they realize that they have great potential and they can achieve a lot in their lives. But also having that revelation, if you may call it, also allowed me to learn differently. So as a leader, I continuously learned because I was always out there to find out what is this person good at, so that I can assist them in realizing it, but also I can assist the organization in them contributing into the success of that organization. But also realizing that everybody's good at something also allowed me to have better connections with people, because I was always interested in people. And that is one of the third lessons that I've learned in my career. But also in learning people and learning, I was the girl that always said yes. I know in today's culture, say no. I'm like, hey, banda. It's good to say no to the wrong things. But I think some of us get so caught up in the no, say no, it's me, it's mine, that we lose out on saying yes to the right things. So as a young professional, I was so inquisitive that if there was any job, any task that needed to be done, that was in no one's job description, that, no one needed to do, I was the girl that said, can I do it? Even if I didn't know what the job entails or what the task entailed, I saw it as an opportunity to learn and better myself. And when reflecting on some of the opportunities that I've had in my 20-year career in mining, I realized that the special doors that opened for me were because of those ad hoc, not job description tasks that I had availed myself for. So my plea to you as young people is, you might have ambitions, which is great, because I believe in dreams, and I believe that dreams realizes what gets us here and be talking today. But also, when you're still waiting for that specific door to open, say yes to the ad hoc. Say yes to the things that might not be ideal, because it might be where the key is lying for that door that you're looking towards. So that is one of the lessons that I've learned in my career. And then the other lesson, as I continue to grow in my career and also continue to lead people, is that life is about people. But I'll get back to that, because that's the last lesson. The other lesson in saying yes, it also shows those who are leading you or those who are part of your life that you have the right attitude. People will tell you that skill can be learned, but attitude can't. And attitude is what you have right now. It's a God-given thing that you need to work on. If you believe that your attitude is not right, work on it, because people will see that attitude. With that attitude, they know that you can learn any skill. if you have the right attitude, then any skill can be learned. Then you end up being the master of whatever you endeavor to do if you approach life with the right attitude that says, yes, it's me, I can learn this. Yes, it's me, I can help there. So please work on your attitude. And then one of, I think, of my greatest lessons as I continue. So in the career that I've had in mining, I've been a technical specialist. I've worked in projects. I've led teams. And yeah, I've done quite a few things. I've worked at corporate offices as technical assistant to CEOs. So I've done quite a vast number of roles because I was the girl that said, yes, I can try that. Oh, you need that person. Let me do that project for you for 2 months. I can do that. So that has opened doors for me. But in all of this, I think the greatest lesson that I've learned, and I think it's a life lesson, that life is about people. It is the people that has opened doors for me. It is the people that have supported me when I was going through the toughest times. It is the people that I've learned most from, including my son. You know, it is the people that make, as we say it at De Beers, that make life brilliant. So my ask is that as you walk through life, take time to pause, stop, and see people. Some of us are walking too fast that we do not see people that are walking with us in this journey. We do not see people that we are walking through during this journey. So I think for me, that is the biggest takeaway in life, that when you walk through life from the young age, stop, see your parents, see your mentors, appreciate them, see your teachers, because one of the greatest advice I've received in my life was from my guidance teacher to pursue a career in engineering, which I'm still doing even now. Take the time to see the people in your life, to appreciate them for what they're doing in your life. And once you've done that, in conclusion, this is my motto in life, and I had Malinda, I think, touching on it, that there's sufficient grace. There's sufficient grace. So when you are given an opportunity in life, grab it. Who said grab it? Somebody said grab it during the speech. Oh, thank you, Bob Chris. Grab it and do your best in it, because you will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mam Smangele. I just want to leave you with this. And I think one of the interesting things you mentioned is that curiosity, be curious about things. Curiosity killed the cat. It did not kill the person. Also, what you mentioned about people. People are very important. The buildings that you see, the organizations that you see, these big organizations that you see are made of people and are made by people. So always respect that. And it is very important with people to interact with one another today and learn about each other. So thank you so much, Ms. Mangele. I just want to hand over the rest of the session and panel discussion to Anglo American. They can come up and we will just give them space for now.
Call upon Marcel Kot, Vanessa, Nika, Kenzani, and Larish Naidu.
Thank you. Thanks for giving us the space. I thought Mangele actually just reminded us of what Chris, ingrained in us this morning, which is your dreams are valid and they are the fuel that drive your success. And I thought that's what I heard you saying. So thank you. I was looking at the program trying to find the break, and I saw it is still some time to come. So I thought, we're going to do a little bit, a short moment. Chris inspired me. If we could all get up and you can turn to your neighbor. I'm not going to tell you to turn to your right neighbor because I did realize that was a bit of a hard task. So if you can turn to a neighbor and just spend 1 minute. So Smangele gave us some idea on the value of mining and how we got into it. But I actually wondered, you know, what are you thinking about mining? What are your thoughts that come to mind when you think about mining? Today you're in this building, Anglo American, and I wondered, if you think about a career in mining, what actually comes to mind? So if you can just spend 1 minute, and then we'll hear back after. And Vanessa will actually pick up from that conversation. So just a minute. Okay, 1 minute's up, so if you can swap, if the other person can share their perspective, if they haven't already. Okay. Thanks, everyone. If you can, okay, yeah, I see you want to sit down, so let's sit down. But I want to hear some voices. Let's hear if any one of you is burning to share either what you've shared or what you've heard from your neighbor. Okay. Have we got a mic?
So for me, when me and my partner thought about the mining sector, we imagined, like, you know, those big buff guys. Yeah, the big ones. And then you just imagine like they're working hard with the sweat and with the axe and the overall and those big cameras. You imagine like a male, right? Because I think in that sector, we all imagine it as like the male dominant sector. So yeah.
Great, thank you. And then you looked at us and you thought, what the hell is going on? Anyone else? I see a hand, 1 row behind you.
I think mining is about digging out precious metals and revealing them to the world. Thank you.
Ooh. Thank you. Someone else? Maybe here?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So when I had the discussion just now about mining with my partner, is that mining is one of the backbones of the economy of like South Africa. And currently, like, my thoughts on it are more on how to create like a sustainable change around the mining industry in terms of like them being part of like the release of like fossil fuels, and also looking at like business and human rights in terms of like the mining industries that are here in the country, ensuring that the activities that are done here by people underground don't infringe on people's human rights, so that the mining industry as an industry could like regain the good qualities it has instead of like the negative things about it, and ensuring that the country actually owns the minds of South Africa and makes the right decisions for people working there and everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. One last voice.
Now, this is what I think. When you're working in a mine, it's mostly men over women. Obviously, it's more male dominated, and I would think of them in their overalls, and overseas. I think the goal also, one thing we thought about is it improves the economy of the country, and also. I think one concern really is that we've realized that it's struggling when it comes to women in mines, because I think most women are scared to work in mines since it's more of hard work. So we'd love to see both men and women in the mines.
Thank you. We've got one last burning one before we move on. Yes, please.
Still a morning?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lungile Mabue. I'm from Positive Vibrations. So what I've shared with my partner, and I'm just going to quote the Honorable. She said, mining is all about the Zamazamas, according to her reality and where we are coming from. We are in a predominant area where we have illegal mining, where we are often faced with these men who are running underground and then coming out as stone or dust or whatever, and they're always chasing, and then we are so scared of them. So this is the depiction of our community and what mining means to us. So when we talk about mining, to our understanding, is illegal mining is the men that run across the street, or later you'll hear gunshots and then we fear for our lives. So it's something that comes across as quite dangerous for us, and it's something that leaves women to raise these children without their fathers who are underground trying to find bread. And then she also added that mining is all about discovering essential minerals that are non-renewable, that has so much and high value, that causes these men to go there non-stop to retrieve these minerals and make a living out of it.
Thank you, everyone. So the stories are quite tricky. It sounds like mining is a difficult environment, right? Because on the one hand, I think many of us in this room are carrying these. On the one hand, we need the minerals that are actually in there, but we also want to do that in an ethical manner, in a manner that protects those who are involved, and that in the best way possible also protect the environment that we draw these minerals from. So it's quite a difficult environment, it seems. And I just want to say the way the rest of the day is going to unfold, we are now going to speak about the 3 sectors, and then the colleagues will be outside later on, and you can speak with them in their individual rooms, as well as to those who've got booths just outside. So even if this is a bit of us talking now, there'll be opportunity later to actually go to the colleagues and engage with them. So I wanted to start out with Vanessa Naika, and I'm not going to do introductions. They are all in the little booklet. We have actually very little time. Vanessa, what do you make of what you've heard and what your everyday life in terms of talent and leadership development and development actually looks like?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Perfect. Okay. So what I heard was that mining can be dark, can be dangerous, can be dirty, you know, those overalls, and it's male dominated, right? And much like Simangele spoke earlier, I've been in the industry for 25 years. I'm this petite little woman that joined mining when women weren't even here, right? So mining can be it's very tensuous. It has tensions. You've got this tension of zama zama, yet you've got a corporate that's producing metals and minerals for the world to be modern. You know, Marcel said each of these cell phones has a whole plethora of minerals and metals in it. So for me, when I think about it, mining is really based on how we see it, the lenses that we use around it. From where I'm sitting, mining is this amazing sector that's given opportunity, that gives us identity as South Africa, as the African nation, that creates something that we are so blessed with in our country that we can offer that to the world in a very sustainable way. So you mentioned earlier that mining might not be renewable. Mining can be renewable because I'm a scientist, by the way, so much like Simangela, I come from a metallurgy background and I play in the learning space, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But mining has this ability to be able to take something that, you know, is endowed in our land and make our lives convenient. And we don't really view it like that. We always see it as dark and dirty and dangerous. But yet modern society, this room that we're in, cannot be possible without mining. And I often think that young people and any generation doesn't make that connection. We see these worlds as very separate, yet they are so interrelated. And when I think about mining and I think about the future of mining, it has longevity. It has sustainability, and we are responsible for that for generations to come. So it's not just today. And that for me is the power of mining, that you are working in an environment that allows us to make modern living reality today, that allows us to earn a living, but it allows us to also think very deeply about what we leave for generations to come. So I don't know if I've answered you, Marcelo, but I think it's that curiosity, that inquisitiveness, but that ownership and responsibility that makes mining so important to modern society.
Thank you. Thanks, Vanessa. Like others before you, and I know some after you, you mentioned 20, 25 years, and I'm looking at those sitting in the room. That's a long time, and I'm sure it sounds like a lifetime. But Nkensani over here hasn't been in this industry for that long, because she is much younger than us oldies sitting here. So I wanted to ask you, Nkensani, what your experience has been like, joining the industry, being in the industry, and what you think you brought to it, but also what you've been taking away from it in terms of learnings, in terms of empowerment.
Okay, so is the mic working? Okay, it's working. So I think I came in as most of these young ladies here. I think in my high school years, I always thought of mining as it's for males. So what can I do in a male-dominated industry? But I think once I got to my grade 11, grade 12, we started going for career expos and things like that. I got to open up my mind and realize that women are starting to tap into industries that were male-dominated. So to go back to my experience so far, I think it's been great, but challenging, and also rewarding. So it's challenging in terms of you are stepping into a new work environment. It's different from high school. It's different from university. You get to see people from different walks of lives, but it's also rewarding in a sense that I think the graduate program, the way that it's structured, it allows you to gain more and more skills that are supposed to equip you once you step into your new role or once you come out of the graduate program. But the biggest takeaway so far is that you never stop learning, and you should never stop learning. And like Simangelo was saying, the people that came before you are the people that have the most knowledge. So like our teachers normally said or normally say, since you're still in high school and primary school, if you do not understand something, if you do not know something, ask, because there's always that one person that is willing to assist you. So I think, yeah, that's been my experience so far.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question, but you reminded me when I listened to colleagues, you mentioned 20 years. One of our senior executives in South Africa, Nolita Fakude, has written a book about what it meant for her to actually, in the 90s, so long before you guys were born, and, just as we were actually transitioning into a democratic system in South Africa, she entered spaces like this as a young black woman. And what is just going through my mind is that must have taken you and take those who are still following you tons of courage. So I wondered, because you spoke about challenges, and you spoke about spaces that women were beginning to enter. What made you think that you've got what it takes, that you think you can share with the group?
I think, like you've mentioned, courage. I got to learn how to be courageous. So, and courage looks like I think I'll go back to what Smangelo was saying. You know yourself, you know the boundaries that you've set for yourself, you know how far you can reach, but if there's an opportunity that comes along, do not be afraid to say yes, because there are people that are willing to assist you. If you're having troubles or challenges, you can always go back and ask, I'm struggling with this. How can you assist me? How can I do this? How can I improve on this aspect of whatever it is that you're trying to achieve? And I think for me, mostly it's my resilience. So I think I was able to figure out that, okay, it's going to be a pun somehow. I was able to figure out that I will not always have everything figured out. So I will reach stumbling blocks, I'll have challenges, but there is always a way to push forward. So just get back up, push forward, and everything will fall into place.
Thank you. So Larisha, who's also with us, not only has also spent many years in the mining sector, but also she works with young adults, women and men, in their own career paths. That could be in mining or in related areas. She'll tell us a little bit about it. So Larisha, do you want to tell us a little bit about your work? And
yeah, sure. Thanks, Marcel. So I think, I'm listening to my colleagues and I'm listening to all the things that are happening in this room. And firstly, I feel very filled with hope and with inspiration. And I'm actually quite anxious. I have been breathing because I feel very proud to see the young women in this room and the fact that they have a lot of energy. And I want to say that, yes, mining has got a lot of things in it, a lot of complications, a lot of opportunities. And really, it's about how we take that forward. So when I think about myself and my career, I started off as a trainee accountant at Anglo American Zamele. And I, like my colleagues, I always put my hand up to do things that were very difficult, that I almost thought I couldn't do. But I always had that. I took that leap of faith in myself, belief, and just leaped out into anything I did. And through that, I took on lots of different little pieces of work that I would have seen. I walked in, I said, I really love working with people. I want to be involved in this. I want to do that. My background is a chartered accountant, but I'm in socio-economic development. I'm in the part of the world where I look at how do we work with young people, adults, men, women, and really try to solve for some of the challenges related to putting food on the table, to having transportation, to get to their workplaces, to find the right jobs that would be able to make them feel meaningful at home and for them to learn and grow. And it's such a dynamic opportunity because through that, there are jobs in mining and there's lots of jobs out of the mining gates. Whilst we know that our economy is very constrained, there's not as many jobs to the number of people that are unemployed. So I have the exciting job of thinking about how do we get young people to get skills that can be monetized, that can deliver some monetary value, even if it's small opportunities that grow your networks, that grow your ability to get those skills that eventually get you to where you need to be. So my advice is to, honestly speaking, learn as much as you can. Be deliberate about where you see yourself in the world. I saw myself always helping other people. Even though I was an accountant, even though the world pushed me in one direction, I always got back to my North Star. And I just encourage you to really, really get to know yourself before you get to know anybody else. And that is a lifetime of learning about you, learning about the things that will change you, that will mold you, that will explode you to become who you want to be, right? So really encouraging your dreams, encouraging your hopes, and encouraging you to knock on doors, close doors that don't work for you, open doors that will work for you into the future.
Thanks, Larissa. You started out by speaking about the energy that you're getting from this room today. And it occurred to me that I'm not sure we've mentioned the teachers today, because I'm really thinking each and every one of you youngsters who has spoken has really, brought such inspiring voices into that room. And I wondered, how is it? And I know that there's a lot of people who have influence, but the teachers must be a part of that, the teachers that are here. So I'm incredibly grateful for those of you who work with, the youngsters that you brought with you today. Thank you. We are out of time. And even if I'm the first one today who sticks to his time limit, I think I want to stick to it, but I don't want to stick to it without having one last sentence from each three of you that our youngsters could take away from this today. And whoever is ready can start.
I can start, but I'm not sure if I could do one sentence. I have so much that I'd love to share, but we'll catch up outside. So I think for me, be curious, right? But be curious in two ways. Be curious that what you think, like your thoughts around mining, your thoughts about wildlife, your thoughts about ICT, challenge them. So curiosity and challenge go together. Because if you don't have those two power skills in your arsenal, you won't be able to open the world to new opportunities. So think about your perceptions, that self-awareness that Larissa spoke about, but challenge the way you're seeing the world, because that will make you more curious. So that's what I'd like to
Thank you.
So, no, I absolutely agree with curiosity. We spoke about lifelong learning and guidance. The thing that I want to talk about is purpose. So I've spoken to you about a North Star, sort of and when I talk to my daughters about this, they have a bit of a question mark on their face. But it's really, from about, I think in my life, from about 15 years old, I started realizing what it is that I really, really loved, what I liked, what I was confused about. And I really started double clicking on those things. So for me today, there's tons of things I could tell you, but I want you to self-reflect, start getting to know yourself, and really having a little journal and write down things. every year I want you to go back to that and see how there will be threads of getting to know yourself. And those will help you to knock on the right doors, talk to the right people, create the right networks. We used the word network earlier on, which was actually getting to know people and getting to know people that will influence and help you get to the pathways that you want to, whether it's learning something new, whether it's trying something different from a hobby perspective. Really do that. So that's my challenge I'm putting out to each one of you today. Thank you, Marcel.
Larisha said she's been double-clicking since she was 15, but do you guys know that we were not clicking on anything at the age 15? Because there were no such devices to double-click on. And networking, just remember, the teams will be around later on, and I think with your dots, probably that already gives an idea, but on where you'll end up later on. Kensani.
Okay, from me, I just want you to know that mining is more than just big men in gumboots digging gold and platinum. It's more than that, and there are a lot of opportunities that are waiting for you guys out there. So be open-minded about the career paths that your studies when you get to university that can open up for you, because there is a lot out there for you guys, and I hope you guys will choose mining. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. There is a question and answer session in the program, so I just want to read out 2 questions that are online, and just a reminder that you can also ask questions for those who are attending online. The one is, how can we get contacts as we are attending online? And I think, so I was given this question, I wasn't given an answer, but reach out to any one of us. The details are on the program. They're also available online. Whether that's Good Governance Africa, whether that's any of the colleagues here or those coming, the general contact details are there. And as Smangela also said, you know, of course, those who are here today because they wanted to, and they want to answer your questions, and they want to be of support. In terms of what's available in their field of work, okay. So there is a question here, what's available in your field of work, whether that's your company or the broader sector, to actually empower you, support you, connect you? Are there networks? Are there support mechanisms? You spoke about entering the sector when there were no women even around. So what kept you feeling supported and keeping going?
That's a really good question, and I think it's applicable across all sectors. It's not just the mining sector. I think one of the things that holds in good stead, and if I reflect deeply around it, is I had mentors. I had mentors that were either formal mentors, but most of them were informal. They came into my life at different points, and they allowed it. I think we heard earlier that, you know, think about the people that walked before you. There's a value in that, and often we don't value it when we're young. You know, if I remember, I started my career in the petrochemical industry at Sasol in Secunda, back in the, now I'm really showing my age, back in the 90s. But my mentors are who brought my books to life. I was excited at university about science and maths and all of those things, but I didn't know how to apply it. It was just theory. So that mentorship is really, really important. So think about how you do that. And your mentors are not just your parents and your colleagues, your teachers. Your mentors can be broader through your curiosity. That's the one. The second thing is, when you work for large corporations like Anglo American, we have a lot of networks, what we call colleague networks. And that allows us to identify with groups or to actually be curious about looking at those networks. So that can go beyond, and that's part of the toolkit in terms of supporting you. And then thirdly, read books. Books are your biggest opportunity to be able to get support. Your curiosity means, and this is the beauty of living in the 21st century, access to information is on our fingertips. So use that to be curious, to answer your questions. And I'm unapologetically telling you this, look at ChatGPT. If you have a question, put it in there. It'll give you a response. Just make sure you validate it with some of your friends.
Yeah, and if I can say, we spoke about learning, which is about books, and there are lots of unconventional ways to learn. I actually met with an organization called Trace. It's a music, it started off as a music magazine and it evolved into a TV station of Afro beats and really getting to know Africa. And they've got absolutely awesome short courses for free for people like you and me. I went in and I looked at it, how to become a DJ, how to tell stories, how to, do mixes, all sorts of cool things that someone may find interesting. I think the other thing is while you're learning, you have to put it into action. So you have to find ways to activate that and practice that. I remember I was so scared to talk in public. I used to be so afraid, I used to hide. And I said to myself, if I'm going to make it in this world, I need to get out there and my voice needs to be heard. And I know everyone's very surprised when I tell anyone at Anglo that I used to be scared of being in the public eye. But I did something that really took me out of my comfort zone. I went to family, friends, and colleagues, and I said, for every time you need someone to talk publicly, please choose me. I then became the MC of weddings. I then became the MC of work events. And before I knew it, I was able to go into every environment and speak. In fact, everyone needs to get me to be quiet. But what I'm saying is, activate your bravery to do the things that scare you the most, because it's only in those moments that you are going to learn, that you are going to shine, and that you are going to understand your own potential. And the world is going to see you and say, wow, we need her out there. So I'm going to encourage that. I'm going to motivate that. And I want to see pictures of it. I want to see videos of it. And I just wish you to learn and then to take it and make it practical every day. Okay.
Thanks, Larissa. From someone who was scared to talk in public to someone who's going to engage with the deputy president tomorrow. I'm putting you on the spot now, because that's where Larissa will be speaking tomorrow. So your dreams are valid, and they are the fuel that drives your success. But also when there are barriers, that fuel can actually overcome those barriers. And maybe that's a good challenge rather than remaining in our comfort zone. There is one more question. I'm not sure if we have time for one more question, or should we rather...
I think they will ask questions as when they break away.
Okay.
They will
So we good. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. I hope there are bits and pieces that you're taking away from this. And I think I'll hand back to our facilitators. Thank you, guys.
No. It's you. Yeah. Introducing Tony.
Thank you, Anglo, for that amazing presentation and for the panel discussion. So now we're going to our second session of the day, which is Girls in Technology, which is ICT. So I'd like to call up Tony to do a presentation for us from Telkom. Tony. Okay. So I have a few questions for the girls
here. So I know we hear ICT, ICT, ICT. Does anyone know what does ICT stand for? Can we have the mic there? Mic. Okay, the mic is coming.
Okay, there's a mumble in the room asking for a 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, we.
Can I, everything else?
This is a voice rendition of Facebook AI chatbots talking to one another.
You, I, everything else.
They were shut down when developers realized they had created their own coded language.
Technologies are new phase of evolution, and if we do not adapt to it, we'll become extinct.
3, 2, 1.
What if I told you you could live forever? Would you want to?
We've been trying to fight death since the beginning of our existence.
Imagine if you kept all your memories, your feelings, your essence, and found a way to keep it alive forever.
Now, for the first time, when we have a scientific, technological possibility to do that.
Evolution is not just something that happens to us anymore. Evolution gave rise to a species that now does something to itself.
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa.
And this is your avatar.
Wow. Oh my gosh. You've got my beauty marks and everything.
I will show you a glimpse of the future between humans and androids.
They think of AI as a way to improve on people.
We start feeding the robot with the human signals. Can these organoids at one point become self-aware?
I am part of human evolution.
Letting this technology out of Pandora's box, it could spell the end of mankind.
Can I, everything else.
This is a voice rendition of Facebook AI chatbots talking to one another.
You, I, everything else.
They were shut down when developers realized they had created their own coded language.
Technologies are new phase of evolution, and if we do not adapt to it, we'll become extinct.
3, 2, 1.
What if I told you you could live forever? Would you want to?
We've been trying to fight death since the beginning of our existence.
Imagine if you kept all your memories, your feelings, your essence, and found a way to keep it alive forever.
Now, for the first time, when we have a scientific, technological possibility to do that.
Evolution is not just something that happens to us anymore. Evolution gave rise to a species that now does something to itself.
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa.
And this is your avatar.
Wow. Oh my gosh. You've got my beauty marks and everything.
I will show you a glimpse of the future between humans and androids.
They think of AI as a way to improve on people.
We start feeding the robot with the human signals. Can these organoids at one point become self-aware?
I am part of human evolution.
Letting this technology out of Pandora's box, it could spell the end of mankind.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. My name is Tony Ramatsui. I hail from Telkom Foundation, where Ms. Linda Vilakazi sits on our board. I am so thrilled to have the opportunity to stand here in front of you this afternoon and welcome you to the wonderful world of tech and the fourth industrial revolution. I'm sure it's one of those buzzwords, 4IR, that we've all been hearing, but what is it really? And I'm hoping that I'll just touch the tip of the iceberg. So through my presentation, I won't be long, 10 minutes max. We'll start with definitions and timelines, move on to a couple of examples in China as well as Africa. The philosophical dilemma is something I want us to spend a bit of time on, just for some food for thought, and then we'll end off with some career opportunities. So in the room, does anyone know what AI, the official definition, is? Artificial intelligence. What is the definition of artificial intelligence? So AI is the abbreviation, or acronym rather. What does artificial intelligence mean? Anyone? You can break it down from the word itself. Artificial means fake, right? So not real, not biological. Intelligence is, right, the brain or the mind or the thinking process. So artificial intelligence is a division within computer science. So we all know computer science, right? People that traditionally build laptops and servers. It's a division of that field in which they are creating this thing to talk and feel like a human being. So what we know as a laptop or a computer or even a screen, what you're looking at, artificial intelligence is when we train these hard inanimate devices to start talking, thinking, and feeling like us. It's going to take some time for us to wrap our mind around it, but as I move on to the next slide, I hope you get some further clarity. So the definitions, and I want to also challenge you all. In technology, they use jargon. Jargon is big words, or they use lots of acronyms, right? But I myself, I saw it as a way to intimidate. So they're very possessive about their field, and if you don't know, they don't want you to know. But grand, really, if you look at it, it's very simple, it's very basic. When we talk artificial intelligence, there are 3 layers. Artificial intelligence is that big outer circle, which comprises of other elements. So artificial intelligence, as I explained, it's when computers can think and feel like you and I, a computer, imagine. You then move on to machine learning. So for it to think and feel like a person, we have to train the computers. So just as all of you all are in primary, or some in high school, some in university, we are learning, right? We need other humans to transfer the information to us so that we too can dream and build and solve for problems. We now need to train computers to do the same thing. So that's the field of machine learning. You then get what is very exciting, deep learning, and that is the video that you just watched now. And in deep learning, they're saying that computers will now be more intelligent than the entire human race combined. So if you were to take all 7 billion people in this world, put all their brains in a dish, so you have 7 billion brains in one dish, this deep learning will know more than all 7 billion brains combined. Scary stuff, but also exciting stuff. So as we move on, and this is just the timeline in history, is artificial intelligence, believe it or not, started in 1950. Sure, 75 years ago, older than my grandmother, believe it or not. And it was a guy, unfortunately, old white man, by the name of Shannon. And what he did was he created a mouse, right? So remember, I think it's before your time, but Minecraft, it was an early Microsoft game, yeah, Minecraft. So there was this little dot on the screen and there was a mouse that had to go and chase the cheese. And in 1950, for the first time, this mouse was able to remember how to get the cheese. So remember we said intelligence is about remembering, feeling, thinking. For the first time, this robotic, or let's say on your screen, rat was able to fetch the cheese. We then move about 30 years later when we saw the introduction of machine learning. Remember, machine learning is what I was saying. It's us then offloading what we know in our brains to teach a machine. IBM Watson was the pioneer of this age, and we now use it in your daily lives. I think at Telkom, we're big pioneers of AI in South Africa. If you think of things just as translating, interesting fact, South Africa has the most number of official languages in the whole world. So it is the country with the most number of official languages in the world. Great for us in terms of our diversity, but very tricky when it comes to coding and machines learning. So in South Africa, I'm sure if you're with Telkom and you call the call center, somebody can greet you in your home language or your mother tongue. That is a form of machine learning. Exciting stuff, deep learning. Timeline, we are here, 2010 up until 2020. Like I said in the previous slide, we have natural AI. So in natural AI, it's exactly what I'm explaining to you now. If you want to order your checkers, groceries on your WhatsApp phone, somebody is speaking to you or responding to you as if they're a person. This is where we are today. What we are moving to is artificial general AI. General AI is when they link multiple computers that have now studied or graduated, right? If you just think of it a person, and they link them together. So now machines are not learning from humans, but they're learning from what? Other machines, right? And when this happens, we're predicting a point of singularity to happen in 2050, which is artificial superintelligence. And superintelligence is exactly what I'm saying. Computers will know more, will be able to do more than the entire human race combined. And the question that they're asking will computers not wipe us out as extinct? Right? So those are the problems we are looking at in 2050, but we need to start looking for the solutions yesterday. In a world where data is the new oil, China is the new Saudi Arabia. I hear some people laughing, they're good in geopolitics. But with AI, what did I tell you? It needs to receive information, or it has to learn, right? So the more you teach it, the quicker it learns and the better and more efficient it will be. So in China, you're looking at a population of 1,425 billion people. And through the Chinese government, they have rolled out AI like it's nobody's business. I know government employees, they get paid using Bitcoin, or cryptocurrency rather. I think they have a different name for their coin. So if you work in China, you don't get paid paycheck, you don't get paid in your bank account, you get paid using cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. In terms of access, where's this one? They have a social currency. So in terms of meals, you can now in China, you could fly there today. You can pay for your KFC by just smiling. Not making it up, but they're using the technology called facial recognition. So every single Chinese citizen, I guess that's their ambition, perhaps they're not there yet, is to then upload their personal data to teach the AI, and wherever they go, a computer can recognize who you are, where you come from, what you ate yesterday, where you were born, who your mother is, who your friends are. Yes, because we give them this information. How many of you have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram? I'm guilty. Yeah, you've already taught AI without you even knowing who your friends are, where you were last weekend or the last time you checked in on Facebook. The AI is already learning you. So as we move along, we hear, and if you're to read in the news, it actually breaks my heart when I was doing research for this presentation, is that they speak about an AI race between the East and the West. If you can think back to the moon landings in 1969, when everybody was rushing to be the first person in space, again, who was fighting? It was the US, the West, and China and Russia, right? The East. But where is Africa in this conversation? Because we exist, we're here, we use the tools, but we're omitted from this conversation, which is quite odd. And I think it was mentioned earlier that we actually have the youngest population in the world. So 70% of sub-Saharan Africa is under the age of 30. We round up 70% is you guys. So when we look at these challenges, we need to solve for ourselves and we need to solve for the people coming after us. In terms of Africa, I do see that people are doing good work on the continent, what we would call pockets of excellence. Here you can see a Ghanaian teenager developed AI tech in Ghana. You wouldn't think, ne? That Ghana has a strong infrastructure in terms of network to allow for AI. But this one, what he did is he took drones. You guys know drones, right? So drones have cameras and are able to take footage, and they fly over farms. And with this footage, the computer has now been taught and trained to identify diseases in crops. So if a maize meal plant, its leaf is brown, it can say that this is a certain type of fungus or parasite or pest that is causing this, which has allowed farmers now to yield a lot much more crop at a lower price or lower cost. This is in Ghana, guys. And it was a guy, just unfortunately a guy, not girls. I'm advocating for more girls on the left, on the right here. But just like you, very little access to resources, but he had a solution, he had an idea. And with the right network, he was able to implement and even get awarded by Sheikh Mohammed of Abu Dhabi, so Saudi Arabia. We then have AI innovators on the globe as well. These two females here, they're creating AI apps. So they recognized, and I did it too. I'm not sure if you saw my bio in the book, if you had to look at it. That image was generated by AI. So I didn't take that picture myself. It's an old picture, but I wanted myself to look a bit more professional. If you look closer, you can see that it's AI. It looks more cartoonish than real. But that is the problem. The AI tools that you can download from your phone today, they don't have blackface features. So if you look at my hair, it gave me a white person's hair. Caucasian looking hair. So it is up to us to load and train these computers with who we are as Africans so that it reflects us. Next slide is a very, very powerful quote, and I'm going to take it slowly so we digest it. It is not the benevolence. Benevolence means goodwill or doing good. So it is not from the benevolence of the baker that we can expect bread. Let's digest that one. It is not because a baker was like, yo, today I feel good, I feel like giving, that you can count on today that you'll go to bed with bread, right? In the same way, it is not the benevolence or the intelligence of AI that is going to solve our problems. It is us. Can I take it back? I think I lost some people. It is not the benevolence of the baker. So you never wake up in the morning and say, oh, because Albany this morning is baking bread, I know I'm going to have bread today, right? Albany only bakes bread because they make money. There's something that they are getting out of it, okay? In the same way with artificial intelligence, we cannot bet that whatever is designed or is solved with AI is actually going to be best for us as humans, but best for us as Africans, which is why I'm calling on all of you to take this very seriously, as artificial intelligence impacts any career you would want to go into. How? There are a number of pros and cons that need to be balanced. So one of the pros are advances in healthcare. In fact, sure, at the last conference last year, I was presenting about Elon Musk. Now, we all know Elon Musk. He's a famous South African, whether or not he'd like to admit it, but founder, CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink. And Elon Musk has a company called Neuralink. Last year, they were doing animal trials. So they were implanting a chip, which is in your phone. It's what makes your phone a phone. They took the chip from a phone and put it into a monkey's brain. Okay? And this monkey was able to play a game without touching anything. So the monkey can just think, I want the dot to move to the right, and the dot would move, because the monkey's brain is now connected to a computer via a chip. Today we sit here, and I think he started about 4 months ago. He has started with human trials. So as we go to bed tonight, there are people with computers in their brains. And it's working. So there's so many opportunities when you think of careers as to where we go, but also the implications of what this means. So on the slide, I think it's just delayed. One of the pros of AI are advances in healthcare. So with Neuralink, for the first time, I can clone myself. Do you know what a clone is? A photocopy of me, right? A photocopy. So with cloning, let's say I have liver issues, right? They'll operate me, take a piece of my liver, and in a lab, they'll clone a new liver for me. Using a computer or AI, this liver is matched automatically to my body. So my body won't reject it. Now let's expand it further. Let's think we're in 2050. Now we're only working with livers. Now we can work with brains. And that's what the video was challenging, is that now they're saying artificial immortality. So people won't die. Why? Because you'll create a full clone of yourself. It's in a lab somewhere, it's stored. And the day you die, all of your thoughts from your brain are transferred through to the computer, artificial brain, which is then transferred to your clone. Which is why the philosophical questions are so important, especially for us as Africans. Because currently these conversations are only happening in the East and the West. I wasn't invited to that conversation. But we thank the GGA and Anglo and other partners for having us here today so that we can start the conversation as ourselves. And when you go home, please continue with the conversations. What does people not dying mean? And the consequence, is overpopulation. So I had a grandmother who died recently of liver cancer. I was very torn that, maybe if I had more money, if I was a billionaire, I would have hired the best doctors and she wouldn't have had to die so soon, so early. And what you realize that in as much as that's a noble idea, we do currently have challenges of overpopulation. So when you see now our population of 7 billion people living beyond the age of 100, what does that mean for society? What does that mean for work? So if you are guaranteed that you'll live until 100, when do you retire? It's no longer 60, right? 60, you're still young if we die at 100. So those are the conversations that we need to have in the spaces where you are, in your schools. These are the questions you must ask your teachers when they're teaching you Pythagoras. But ma'am, how will I use Pythagoras if there's AI, right? Always finding the links. Next is around regulation. The EU, so that's the European Union, they were the first to regulate artificial intelligence 2 months ago, so we can clap, please. So regulation means policing. Remember what I said earlier? By 2050, computers will know more than all of us combined. So who's going to be the police for computers, right? So we need to start training computers to be police. Think about that. So you're going to have computers policing other computers. And that work needs to start now. There was an opinion piece written in News 24 around filling the void. Huge, huge gap in South Africa. If you're looking for jobs, career opportunities, those of you with a passion for law, we really need to sort out South Africa and Africa's AI policy. Think about hacking. If I have AI and I have all of your information, what does that leave you vulnerable to? Google Earth. In fact, this was a quite funny one. A man or a female caught her boyfriend cheating using Google Earth. I'll repeat. A lady caught her man cheating using Google Earth. I'm sure if you have a cell phone, a smartphone, you have access to Google Earth. It has a street view. So on her phone, she was able to see, that's my man's car. Where is he going? That's my man getting out of the car. Where is he going? That's my man holding another lady's hand. Where is he going? And that's how she caught him cheating. We have access. If you have a smartphone, you have Google Earth. So in your free time, you can stalk people. I advise not. But you can. Why? Because we haven't regulated. There's no law that says you can't do it yet. So we urgently need people to do the same. Otherwise, our judges will become the very robots that may be able to harm us. In conclusion, we need you. And that was really the essence of this conversation, that through technology, it touches everything. You can name, actually, we'll throw it back to you. Name a career, and I'll tell you how it links to AI. Maybe I'll take two hands. Just think of a random career. Programmer. So programmer is actually very, very critical in AI. You need people to code using different languages. So it's all about teaching the computers, because in teaching computers, you can't talk like you and me. You have to have an algorithm or a program that interprets human speech. So programming, definite top, high when it comes to artificial intelligence. Another career, beauty. Oh, I love that one. Beauty, AI, huge. In fact, I'd like to touch on this because we're females. In the US, they did a number of studies. They're seeing that the suicide rates have increased amongst preteens and teens. Why? Because of Instagram, Snapchat, and filters, right? When you take a picture, you always scroll and pick a nice, pretty filter. Am I correct? So now we're moving into the world of avatars. So your filter or your Instagram page isn't you. If somebody was to see you in real life, you don't look like that picture, right? But it is a digital representation of you and what you think is beautiful. So in the space of beauty, we're seeing that now, even me, I put lots of makeup on. I felt like today I need stage makeup, right? But it's influenced by filters and our beauty standards. And for Africa, that is something we need to talk about. Hair type, I mentioned. In that app, it didn't have afros, it didn't have dreadlocks, it gave me a wig, right? So we need to then use programmers to code afros in other apps. Last industry?
Cat whisperer.
Cat whisperer. Oh, I like that. You try to throw a curveball at me. So interesting enough, animals and AI, right? So in the same way, they are trying to put emotions and feelings into robots. They're doing the same for animals. In fact, there was a lady, LeBron James, if you watch, yes. He took him and his children. It's called Most Expensivest. It's a show on Business Insider. And him and his kids, they took them to this warehouse lab, and they were cloning their cat. So when their cat passes away, they then activate the clone. So it's genetically, it's the exact same cat, but the question is, does that cat still remember what the other cat did? Does it still have the memories, the experiences, the thoughts, the love it felt from the owner? And that's what they're working on today. They're trying to find a way to make computers feel emotion. But thank you all. I think the panel will open the conversation a lot broader. But yes, thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony, for that presentation. I'm sure some of us today, as a AI. So right next we have our panel discussions. I have Tony, Rodzani, and Sonabise. Can you please come join us, ladies? Before we went for our short little break, Nyana, I asked what was ICT, and there was a lady who wanted to answer that. Can you please give her the mic to tell us what ICT is?
Hi. ICT is information and communications technology, and it is a diverse set of technological tools that are created to share or transmit or exchange information.
Perfecto. Can you give her a round of applause? Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna get into the conversation with the ladies here. I have some questions for you. Then right about that, there's a Q&A with the ladies here. They also have some questions for you. So if you have them, draft them down. Bazophendula. So Tony, I guess you were young as us before. So tell us, what excites you the most about the ICT field?
Sure. And maybe to give a bit of context, I come from science. I started with medicine. After 8 months, I dropped out. I realized, I think, similar to what you were saying, it's not about fancy cars and glam. I moved over to biochemistry. I didn't like that either. It wasn't me. On Twitter, I found a advert and I clicked on it. And 2 months later, I was hired by Telkom. What I can say about that experience is technology has changed my life forever. I could have gone into medicine, and what I realized is I would have still encountered with technology. But having that perspective from ICT integrating into all sectors and all industries really, really has been exhilarating.
Okay. So Nabise, why ICT? You could have gone for medicine, mining, wildlife, but why ICT?
So it's a very interesting story. When I encountered ICT, I did not know what ICT was. In my time, you said you were in grades, we were in forms. And the first time I ever, encountered anything to do with ICT, we had typewriting at school. I'm sure all of you have never seen a typewriter, but we had typewriting at school. And for me, it was just a means to an end to type a document and my essay and whatever other language paper that our teacher gave us. Fast forward to matric, I had no idea what I wanted to study, so I applied for everything. And fortunately, I have the genes of intelligence from a doctor and a lawyer. And so I got into accounting, I got into BSc, I got into architect, and at another university, I got international relations. And while driving, I decided I don't want to go to UCT because it's just too far away. I want to be far away from home, but close enough to home. So I went to Wits University, and while driving, things kept dropping off the list. So accounting, I'm not spending the rest of my life counting people's money. People must count my money. Got to the gate of the university, and I call it a coincidence, is we asked the security guard to direct us. He so happened to take me to the international relations office, and that's what I studied, and I loved it. It's perfect for my personality. So international relations is all about the engagement, the engagement between countries, from a law perspective, from a trading perspective. So if I buy cake from you, how much are you going to give me? But in exchange, I can also decide I'm going to give you bananas in exchange. So it's all about the relations and how countries interact. It also goes very bad into war. But that's another different field within international relations. I then became a diplomat. I worked in India. I was a diplomat for South Africa. We went through a tumultuous time in our government, and I decided it was against my values, and I left. I'm not going to go into detail. And I did consulting, and I launched Deloitte Digital into South Africa. And that was the first time I encountered anything to do with technology. And it was the best way to encounter technology because, as you know, Deloitte is a consulting company. They do a lot of deep research where you really engage from a theoretical perspective, you really engage on a topic. So I read about this digital world, and Deloitte is very futuristic. So at the time, it was around 2003, and it was speaking about what is going to happen in technology.
2 years later, Cisco hired me. Cisco is a networking infrastructure company. The guys that do all your telephones, you will know them if you have like a screen and you'll see there's written Cisco Technologies. But what most of you won't know is that Cisco actually was the first company that allowed us to have the internet. They built what you call the network infrastructure. And the network infrastructure is like the foundation or the layer that allows for your internet to flow, so that you're able to then connect to that infrastructure via a router, via wireless Wi-Fi, and all of those incredible things that allow us to be able to engage with the internet today. And my role there was to do policy. So in current day, that's what I do. I do policy within technology, currently for a biotech company called AbbVie.
Right path with my education. Okay. Okay. Rudzani, as I can see from your bio, you've been in this ICT for over a decade now. So what are the potential opportunities that are there in the ICT field? As for me, I did a course last year, but after that, I don't know which step to take. So what can I venture into?
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon. I think it's so exciting to see young people. And the reason why we talk about these roles is so that you guys can see the opportunities that are available for you. So IT is broad, you know. I remember back when I started, I thought I was going to be stripping computers, you know, and that was not the case. I didn't even know about programmers. You know, I got introduced to it when I was in varsity. But since then, obviously, with having spent so many years, there is what we call the system development lifecycle. Pretty much in that flow, you'll get different roles. All of that because everything that you're building is a system. You know, being part of a programmer, the aim is to have an end goal of a system, but they don't work by themselves. So I will break it down according to that. So you need to analyze what needs to be built, right? Because programmers need to be told to say, this is the requirement that is required, and they will then decide how to write the code. So they will focus on the implementation, but you need the core, you need the background of what you're building and what you're building it for, right? So in anything, and that goes across different industries. So from a job perspective, there's analysis. Within itself, it's also quite broad, you know. There's business analysts, you know, which interact more with business personnel. You have systems analysts who focus more on the, I guess I'll call it API, so it's more detailed, but they look at interpreting what the business wants into how the developers will be able to understand it to be able to build the program, right? Then there's data analysts, there's from a BI perspective, there's a broad spectrum. So I've just touched on analysis on its own. So there's many avenues that you can take there. And then you will move on to project managers who look overall in managing the project. You don't only find them in IT, but it's also there within the IT space. You know, if you are more into interacting with people and managing timelines and so forth. So that's also an opportunity that's currently available. There's also testing, right? So you'll build the system. The developer will tell you it's working from a programmer's perspective, but you need to be able to test it to see that it meets the business need that's there. Right, so you look back at what did business ask for, and does this actually meet the need? So then you have testers, and within there's manual testers, and there's also automation testers. Right, so that also in itself can also touch a little bit into the programming space. So it's extremely broad, and you have Scrum Masters. So I think I'm being very specific in the role so that you can see that it goes deeper. You know, you'll have IT as a concept, but once you get into it, there's a myriad of avenues that you can go with. So a Scrum Master is also from a people perspective, where they look after the people within the team working on the project, and also work on communication with the key stakeholders, right? So they will take a look at, are we working towards delivering what needs to be delivered according to the time and budget? You know, Sonamsa spoke about people counting money. Even in IT, there's someone who will be given a budget, and the system that you're building needs to be within the time frame and also within the budget. So you also have those aspects. So those are just, I think, on the iceberg. And from an entry point perspective, because again, we're talking to young people, right? Where you need to know, where do I start? Practically, what is the starting point where I can get into? And those roles are available for entry point level. So once you've gone through varsity, when you're looking at job opportunities, when you're searching, if you see Scrum Master and you've got no idea what it is, just know it's in IT and you can do it, you know. So that's pretty much what is currently available, but there's a lot more to it as well. So, but I think that sort of gives you an indication of what is available within the sector.
Okay, in a nutshell, IT is very broad. Okay. So Nabise, as we have seen and that we have realized that the ICT field most of the time is male dominated, but as I can see, you ladies are trying to change that. So what challenges have you encountered in the ICT field as the director of an innovative biotech company?
So I won't answer as a director of innovative company because I love my job. But I'll answer as part of the industry body called the SA Women in ICT Forum, where we drive the inclusion and just the broader participation of young girls as well as women into the sector. We did a study just during COVID to try and understand why do women in ICT fall off at some stage in their career. They will study ICT, they will get into the sector, become very excited, but at some stage they will decide that they want to change industries. And the findings that we found was really, so women, they get into the sector and there's three components to it. So firstly, as a person working anywhere, you want to look at the executive and be able to see yourself because that allows you to dream. That allows you to be able to say, yes, I can do it too. I want to be like Smangel. You know, you want to look at someone and go, that lady, she looks like me and she's doing it and she's killing it. I want to be like her. And unfortunately, for many, many women and many, many young people, they just don't see themselves in executive leadership in ICT. And that really dampens their spirit. It's why am I working so hard if I'm never going to get an opportunity to be a chair of an ICT company, if I'm never going to be a CEO, if I'm never going to be a CEO or run or make executive decisions within this company. That was the first point. The second point was more subtle, and it's the things that we avoid and we don't really discuss. It's those things where, you know, there's the boys' club where there's a meeting before a meeting. Young people, you won't understand this now, but it's sort of like you all decide that you're going to go to the tuck shop, and you all decide you're going to put money together, you're going to go to the tuck shop to buy hot dogs. But when you get to the tuck shop, all of a sudden, there's whispers and other people are getting magnums, other people are getting lollipops, and you're stuck wondering, how? I thought we were going to get hot dogs. That is what it means when there's meetings behind meetings. And this happens a lot within corporate, where then as a woman, because you weren't invited to the meeting before the meeting, you're in the boardroom and there's other decisions that are taken that you were never included. So you feel very excluded, you feel alone, you feel lonely. And because we are women, we are girls, we don't talk. We don't talk about the challenges. We put on a brave face, we smile. People ask you, how are you doing? No, I'm in Bogodo, I'm very good. I'm great. How are you doing? But we don't actually express to say, you know what, Rozani, hey, I'm expressing a challenge here. I don't understand why this happened. You know, this has happened. And Rozani is going to say, actually, this happens to me all the time. How do you think? What did you use? How did you tackle it? You know, so really sharing experiences amongst each other of the things that are subtle, that you can't put a finger to them. You can't, I mean, if you talk about it, then, you know, you're starting things. You're the angry woman. You are so you just rather just take your bag and go home and hope your husband has a glass of wine for you. And then the third other component to it is don't drink wine, kids. Don't do it. It starts at the age of 18, but for my kids, it starts at 30. Okay, 30 is the age. And then, so the last kind of component to the challenges that the ICT we face as women and young people in the ICT sector is very cultural. It's around the, we come of kid-bearing age, but we still have ambitions for our careers. So we get to an age where it's time to get married, it's time to have kids. And when you go to your aunts and they go, but when are you getting married? Or they go, so when are you having children? And then you have children, they're like, no, but where's number 2? I want another grandchild. But all of that pressure also impacts your workplace. You take leave for your maternity leave, you come back, and the workplace has completely changed. Everyone who's got, it's almost like a new language completely, that you have to relearn this English. It's like you don't understand English anymore. And all those challenges just become too much. And there's not enough support amongst ourselves, but there's also not enough support in the workplace for women to be able to be integrated back after they've decided to put their family first and to have children. And that shouldn't be a challenge. It's part of life. And so that was kind of the third challenge that we saw. And I must say, COVID has somehow made it better, because now you can work from home. No one frowns upon you when you're going to pick up the kids, because unfortunately we pick up the kids, no one else. I mean, I'm stereotyping a bit, but we're the ones that have to go, excuse me, sorry, when does this meeting end? Because I need to go pick up the kids. There's schools, there's sports days, there's market day. It's a long list of things that, fortunately, mental health and the awareness of people's humanity, EQ, the awareness of the impact of COVID is helping and has helped, but not enough. And I think that was the third challenge that we faced. It was the cultural elements of it. And by culture, I mean societal as well as family-related culture.
So before we end our session, I just have 2 last questions for our Rudzani and Tony, then we can open the Q&A session. So Tony, what's your greatest achievement in your career so far in the ICT field?
I would have to go with paying it forward. I mean, my journey into ICT was a miraculous one. It wasn't something I could have planned for. So having the ability to sit on the other side of the board table and provide the same opportunities for other young females, I think really has been most fulfilling and impactful, but also seeing the throughput. So, I mean, I can speak of Asemahle from Eastern Cape. She didn't know how to turn a laptop on when we started with her in grade 8. By the time she matriculated, she created a bus app. So you can pay for your bus using your phone, NFC tagging, and that community is actually using her app. So to see that full circle journey at that level, it means that everyone's a star.
Okay, Rudzani, last question for you. What message do you have for our young girls here today in the room that they can take home?
Yeah, I think a lot of it has been echoed, right? So one thing about, I guess, the IT space, I'll take it there and then also just make it a bit broad, is any technology can be learned, any technical skill, any programming language can be learned, and they change all the time. I think you would have seen from the timeline from when it started to now, how things have changed. But one thing that will propel you is your attitude, the ability to have some critical thinking. When you apply yourselves in anything, just, having that element of critical thinking, the willingness to learn. And I think ultimately, get comfortable with being uncomfortable, because when opportunities come, you might not feel ready, but that's how you actually get to grow, so do it scared, and go for it. From the responses I've been hearing from you ladies, this fire within you, someone spoke about taking up space. Carry on with that fire, I think carry on with the attitude. The technical stuff, there'll be people who will support you in industries, there'll be leaders that are willing to take you under their wings, but show that you want to be taken under the wing. So I think that's my parting word.
Okay, thank you, ladies, for those motivational words. And the discussion was fun. I think we had fun and we had some great educational quotes and some advices. So now I'm going to open the session for Q&A. I'll take, let me see, 4 to 5 questions. Please keep them short and simple so that the ladies can answer before they leave. I'll take 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for now. Okay, we can start here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melissa, and I come from the school called Chief Albert Lutuli Primary School number 2. And my question for you, Sis Tony, is gonna say that is the revolution of ICT being or is gonna have a negative impact on us, on the planet Earth, and how is it gonna really end? That is my question.
Should you take all the answers or you're going to respond or after? Or should we collect all the questions then you're going to? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good day, everyone. My name is Matapel Makunyan, and I'm from Chief Lutul Primary School number 1, and I'm from the organization from Positive Operations. My question is, how does this career makes you feel?
Okay. Go ahead. Good afternoon. My name is Gugu Green, and I'm here with Africa Tikkun under the Young Urban Women Active Citizens. So during last year's webinar, when we had Tony and the Telkom Foundation, I remember asking a question of requirements that are needed when you are embarking on the ICT journey. Did you at some point try and minimize the requirements, since I mentioned the fact that from a younger age, from the primary or high school level, we are not necessarily equipped for ICT or equipped for, like, we are not told the importance of ICT, since you mentioned that as time goes on, AI is going to take over. Did you minimize the requirements, the entry requirements in the ICT industry?
Am I next? I just have a quick question about ICT opportunities for deaf people. Are there opportunities for deaf people in the industry or in the sector? And my question is,
so the question is, as technology improves, how will this improve people's life, and how will this affect our livelihood?
Hi, I'm Jessica from Africa Zukun, Young Urban Woman, and I want to know, how can we turn ICT into entrepreneurship? I'll be studying an ICT degree next year, so I want to use my entrepreneurial knowledge with my degree. And also I want to know, I'll be studying at a private institution at Varsity College, so I want to know, are there like opportunities, scholarships that fund private institutions? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a question online from Lisabile. She wanted to ask a question to say, as we see how the fourth industrial revolution is developing in the world and how most jobs require more of the ICT, do you think that at some point everyone will be in the ICT sector due to the demand? Okay. Razani, would you like to go first?
So there was a few. So
okay.
I guess I'll take the first one that I wrote. How does a career in ICT make you feel? I think for me with that one, it's quite an empowering space, you know, because it's ever evolving. So it makes me feel like I constantly need to be learning. And also, it gives me hope in the fact that, again, a lot of what we do requires IT. It gives me hope in a sense that it will always create opportunities, for the future. I think at the place where we are, we don't even know the future jobs that are still coming. I think we can speak of what we know today, but ICT will influence future jobs. So from me, that's how it makes me feel. The endless possibilities, within the sector. Yeah.
Thank you, Rutan.
Yeah. Thanks. I think so. I will just circle around. Yeah, I'll take that one.
Just answer the ones you want to answer.
Okay. And then I think another one that I will look at is how will technology improve people's lives and livelihood? Right now, I think there was one example that I picked up where in the rural areas where there was no electricity, there was a backpack designed, which as you walk into school, it has a solar panel that sort of charges. So at night, the child would come back and be able to plug it in, and that provides lighting, within the household. So I think it's in those little personal projects. Again, it was done by a young child, also from that system, that area. I can't quite remember the name, but essentially someone saw a need and found a way to solve the problem. So I think there's ways in which you would be able to identify, not leaving it to other people, to see that, okay, this is the current need that's currently there, and look at finding opportunities within the IT space to solve their livelihood. And then I think another one that initially when it came about, personally I'm in the space, but it also made me a bit nervous, was when 60/60 was introduced, the checkers delivery method, because I was thinking, okay, what does this mean for the cashiers? Are we impacting the jobs? Because again, if you look at ICT in an African context, it's not the same in the Western. They can check out using their cars, they don't really need people, but we have about 40% unemployment rate. So every enhancement actually does affect certain areas of jobs that we currently have in the country. But with that, the opportunity that came was the people who are actually shopping on your behalf, so you are using a technology to shop, but the people who are shopping on your behalf, that creates jobs, and we also saw a rise in the scooters that delivers the food into your home. So that industry was not there, pre-2020, but now you've got a whole lot more people who are getting some sort of means, to get some livelihood through technology. So in some instances, yes, it will affect some jobs, but in other instances, it's also increasing, I guess, the job opportunities as the evolution happens. So yeah.
Yeah. So because of time, I would like to hold on to the questions. We're gonna do the follow-up on our breakaway breaks. So we're gonna break away for lunch. I'd like to thank you, the ladies, for participating and us answering all your questions and giving out advices. So we'll be back at 2. Is it 2? Mamiki. Mamiki. Back at 2. Are we back at 2?
Yes. Can I just announce something? Okay, so in terms of lunch, guys, as we head out, we don't want everybody to go out at the same time. So we all have stickers, right? So the first group, okay, if you don't have a sticker, please just go to the reception area where you are welcome to get a sticker. So what you do is that we're going to take the first group, which is the yellow group, that can go for lunch. In the meantime, can we have a small group, I will say the pink group, to go outside? You can go and check out the displays. And then after 10 minutes, you guys can head for lunch. And then we're going to have the blue group go outside and check out the displays. After 10 minutes, you guys can head out to lunch. So we just don't want everybody to crowd in one space. Can we be back at 5 to 2 so that we can head into our next session? Thank you, ladies.
They're still on their way back.
Okay, I think for the sake of time, we are just going to head into the next session. They will find us there. Are we fine with that? All right. So welcome back. And now, right now, we're going to move on into the wildlife sector, from the artificial side of things to the natural side of things. So we're just going to move on. I'm going to introduce Levine, my fella. I always mistake her name. I don't know if it's Levine or Lewin, but Levine. Levine, my fella, is from Transfrontier Africa. So take it away.
Okay, good day, everybody. I'm going to try and speak very soft because I get very excited with what I do. Is my presentation going to come as the press? Okay, so firstly, I'd like to say thank you for this lovely opportunity to come and talk to young ladies. You guys are so fortunate. I'm not that old, but back in the days, we never had such an opportunity where people can come and motivate us. And also to see all kids of differences, you know, just that we've celebrated September was Deaf Awareness Month, and to have to come here and actually share such with our young people, it's very much lovely. So that is me, and I am the founder of the Bush Babies Environmental Education Program. So I'm a teacher, and those are different versions of me in my working space. So I work for Transfrontier Africa. Can it go back, please? And just that logo at the bottom of the Bush Babies logo is our sister program, the Black Mamba Anti-Poaching Unit, which is an all-female anti-poaching unit. So why conservation, or what is conservation? Conservation is about the protection of our species from being extinct and just conserving this biological diversity. Do you guys have any of your favorite animals? Yes. What are they? Can we just have two? Sorry? Ball python. Hey, you guys know animals? Aha! Alama? Zebra. Thank you, babes. You brought it home. Ha! You guys are busy going out. When you just have this wildlife right on our doorsteps. And this is why we're doing conservation, because there's a need for conservation of our species. There's a lot of myths. I'm fortunate enough to work in a community where they have myths and beliefs about everything. You know, if it was that snake, the ball python, we kill in the communities. But if we can learn more about it and conserve these species, it would really help. I think my love for conservation started with my grandfather and his lovely wife. They had a farm, and I would always refer to it as Old MacDonald, but saying Old Frankie had a little farm. And that is where the love just started. So I really wanted to create the platform for local people to grow and mature in nature, just as I was fortunate to do so. So what is education? So all those words, you know, I can't really break it down to a simple term, but it's education. There is knowledge. You're giving the skill. You're looking for behavioral change and just putting this attitude for people to, you know, make conscious decisions about their environment. So that is also another version of me in the classroom, teaching the kids. We also take it out into the classrooms by teaching the kids about the conservation of our indigenous species or iconic species, in particular the rhinos, the elephants, and now the most trafficked, the pangolin. So that's also another version of me with an actual live elephant. So just to be in relation to see the size difference and just looking into its mouth and seeing how it's salivating is one of the things that really motivates you to wake up tomorrow. Because if I was fortunate enough to go to university and study, and I've never seen this in any book, but to just stand underneath it and you look like this thing is huge, and just to see that change, We're also using different methods in our lessons, because our lessons are incorporated into the school curriculum. So we will say, like, say if there's a rhino species story, we'll use puppets that is appropriate for the age group. So like I said, they're incorporated into the school curriculum. We're also using the environmental calendar as part of our baseline. We bring in our volunteers that can come and see what is happening on the ground in South Africa. And we also take our classrooms outside. This program in particular, the Bush Babies, our learners are able to, we evaluate the program. Does it work? Are we reaching what we're trying to get out? Do they now sympathize with these animals? Do they sympathize with the environment? And we can see there from our results, as we can see there, that the yellow is the pass rate and the blue is the failure. So not every child is a scientist. We do take that into consideration. But are they getting the concept of conservation? Definitely. And we also try to introduce different, we all, most of us, we're scared of snakes. So we bring that fear, or we try to eradicate that fear through ongoing repetitions of programs such as touching a snake, something one wouldn't do. We also bring in experts into our classrooms. So there we've got Elephants Alive. They do a program on bees and pheromones also with the elephants. So they also come in. To the right, we've got Glenn, who's talking about pangolins, the most trafficked mammal. We have our sister program, the Black Mambas, both on the top right and at the bottom here, where they're talking about snails. Like I mentioned, they're our sister program. I'm not on the ground to actually see the poaching happening, but they are. And this works very well as one of our methods because they are from those communities. So having to hear somebody who's from that community saying, we are not going to watch you guys killing all these species. This is not just mine because I work in a reserve. It's for us all. And also, they're coming. Where would you see an artificial? We also have artificial bee waxes that we make there for the beehives. We also have what we call the Scouts program, or we've been fortunate enough to work on the Scouts program. And as I go around the program, you guys will just hear the good stuff. But it's very much difficult. We're having a conversation with one of the ladies here. And we're talking like, Scouts is a very good program. It works. You're able to see the changes, especially when we're looking at the Scout Law number 6. It says a Scout is a friend to animals. This really goes with one of our objectives in getting the kids to understand and feel the love for these wildlife. We can see that at the bottom there's a little spider there, and they're looking at the spider. One other thing to ask that I asked myself was, does environmental education work? Can we use it as a tool to change the mindset and behavior of locals? Definitely. I was terrified of spiders. I still am. But, to a certain degree, I'm able, because of the education, to understand and learn about these species. We're able to coexist. So we've got the Scouts program. We had the meerkats, which are 5 to 6 years. And we've got the cubs, 6 to 10. And the Scouts, 11 to 16 or 18 years. We've got the oldest, 16 years. This program has given us very fruitful results. Then, because environmental education is a long-term process, we just don't end in the classroom. We take it also to the local communities. Now here we're seeing one of our huge successes, the bush grannies. So the bush grannies, because they're so old, they've got this indigenous knowledge. We don't want them to leave the world with this indigenous knowledge. So Granny, come along. Share this information with us. I was just sitting here and seeing the feedback. I'm making my colleague jealous, like, hey, they're on Game Drive now. I should be there now. They're seeing all these elephants and everything. But it still is a long process. I always ask, is it better to work with children or the bush grannies? And I must tell you, there's a thin line. They're just the same. Granny, you tell her that elephant is not going to kill you. She says it's going to kill me. You tell the child, elephant is not going to kill you. It's going to kill me. Grandmother told me that. So now that's why we invested in the Bush Grannies program, to educate them more. And they are very much willing to learn and change the concept. We were charged by elephants once. And the grannies were like, that's it, we are leaving now. And I'm like, no, let's continue doing it. And we came across a different herd of elephants and a different herd of elephants. And they were able to see the difference in the behavior of these elephants. When we were about to leave this campsite, bye, see you next time, they said, no, we don't want to leave. We actually want to be here. But these are the very same people that didn't want to be here because elephant kills. So we are basically just changing that concept. So where did conservation take me, or this work that I'm doing? I never thought in my entire life I could Google myself. I'm using your systems, Tony. I went there and I've seen, I don't even understand some of the languages that I speak, but they're speaking about me, right? And I think it's the thought that counts, that, hey, actually my work is being recognized on the landscape. And we can see here again, I couldn't even fit it into one presentation or one slide. But then it's such comments that you get that when I finish school, I would like to work with you. This is a child who's from this very same community where we're educating these children, and now they see that, oh yeah, wow. You know, I was so jealous, going into my next slide, or next one. On this one, not only did conservation take me and put me on the internet, it put me on the map. So these are all my founders that I'm working with. I don't have a South African funder, so I'd like to boast about it as well. But that is how much of, again, it goes with passion and dedication that you would reach such a level. I've got the Living Desert that's in California, the UK helping rhino, Kansas City, the Touristic Australia Zoo, you know, Steve Irwin's family, yeah, they're supporting the work that I do. So it's basically just conservation took me to the world. And just, what's today? It's Thursday, no? Wednesday. Yeah, I'm not even a week old back. So this is from my recent trip to the UK. So again, conservation took me there, whereby I had to give a presentation at the Royal Geographical Society in London. And then from London, I went to Winchester, and from Winchester, I went to, now I'm going to struggle again. This one I need to get. Oh no, let's leave it. So it was just going there, you know, and growing up, I've never thought I would have this, but, you know, we grew up watching Paddington, and now I see, hey, Paddington Bear Station. So these are one of the highlights that actually conservation took me there. But also, no, go back. Also there, I met a photograph of David Attenborough. But one day I'm hopeful. I'm very much hopeful that one day I will get there to, you know, just shake his hand and say, wow, really, you have done it for conservation.
It's conservation.
Re dirisa setso sa rona go tlhokomela tikologo tse di ko nageng.
Nna ka ya ke le Mokwena, ke bina Kwena, ke phela se Kwena. Le ke fitla mo ke le mo teng ke a ema ke a lebella go budi a ene any opportunity ke a itshwara.
It's Invelogy, Monday nights at 7 p.m. on SABC2.
I'm sure you guys have seen that on TV, right? Who would have thought seeing myself on TV, national, about the work that I do? So not only did conservation or environmental education take me to the world, it also brought me back home. So with that being said, I would like to thank these people so much. These people, my mentors. And on the left is my dearest mother, who believed in me and taking conservation. Conservation is one of the career paths that are not considered to be a black man job. It's always a white man job, because how else am I going to work with animals? They're going to eat me. It's always the case, whatever it's going to eat me. And coming up from these communities where we've got dogs with no relation to them, a dog is for security, you know, a donkey is to fetch water, a dog is a police dog. Every breed is a police dog. So she was very much fortunate. I remember my cousin saying to me, why would you want to spend so many years studying to bath frogs? And I'm like, how did you even get to that? But it's also just these myths and beliefs from the local communities or just family on its own. Mr. Pax Leshaba from the Pretoria Zoo, he played a very important role in making sure that I got through conservation and understood what conservation is all about. I was also fortunate enough because growing up, I wanted to be a teacher. But because grandfather had chickens, I was forced to now learn the behavior of the chickens. You know, when there was a snake, they would make a certain sound and I had to know this call means I must get up. This call means, nah, it's okay. So having to learn through that and having all these people and Dr. Cheryl Ogilvie till this very day from Tshwane University of Technology, still grooms, still talk, you know, we're still in contact. And of course, the very funny man, my boss, Mr. Craig Spencer, for just seeing the potential. And he's the founder of the Black Mamba Anti-Poaching Unit, an all-female black ladies that are doing or going across and beyond, rangers walking on foot, 20 kilometers, unarmed in a Big 5 reserve, and it's scorching hot. And you know, I laughed because one of the ladies in London, she got me a lipstick because I was like, they're asking, what is the secret? And I'm like, it's the lipstick. You know, when they've got that lipstick on and they're just walking in that community, you know, it makes you realize that it is definitely possible. And with that being said, I'd like to thank everybody. I should have started with this in the beginning, but ladies, do take this opportunity. You are very, very much fortunate. And I would like us to give, I nearly said GCC, now it's GGA, an Anglo American, a McDonald's Bush. Yeah, the food was very over McDonald's, right? But then, you know the slogan of McDonald's? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. So we're going to give them the McDonald's clap, right? For just organizing this lovely event so that we all can come together. So the McDonald's clap is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Right? Yes. We ready? Yes. All right. 1, 2, 3. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Thank you so much.
Much. Thank you so much, Levine, for that. I think most of us, when we think about animals, we just think about the zoo and nothing beyond that, especially the city girls. We never think that there is anything else besides the zoos. So thank you so much for that talk. I would like to call on Promise Mkantra and Lefa. So both Lefa Malapane and Promise Mkantra are environmental facilitators and educators at the Global Conservation Corps. So in terms of Q&A, guys, we will have breakaway sessions where you'll have the opportunity to ask them questions. So just now, we're just going to talk about what they do and where they come from, and then you will get the opportunity to ask the questions as our breakaways. I'll start with Lewin. When we hear the word nature conservation, we automatically think of plants. Please tell us a bit about nature conservation and its impact it has, and the impact it has on us.
Nature is part of, firstly, our natural biodiversity. And the reason for conserving means, you know, to restore something. You know, you're putting a little bit for tomorrow. So we're obviously just putting a little bit for tomorrow. We're talking sustainability. We're talking protection of our species so that they're not going into, they don't become extinct. It's very much important to do nature conservation. As you've seen, Mother Nature has been, nurturing us with floods, a lot of rains and fires in Palabora. We just had very bad fires. So just to look at it into conserving, you know, let's preserve, let's protect. It's not my responsibility, but everybody's responsibility because it does really affect all of us. But also just to look on the beauty side, nature is nature and it's beautiful.
Without conserving our environment, we can't do anything. Promise, how did you become interested in wildlife conservation and the wildlife sector in general? What motivated you to pursue the career path?
As you said, city girls. So I am a village girl. I would just like to put it that way. So in the community that I'm coming from, which is in Bushbuck Ridge, Slobokani, we close by Kruger National Park. So it's not an easy thing to just move around the areas because it's quite expensive. But in my life, I was fortunate enough, my grandfather used to work there. So as schools goes on holidays, I used to visit those places. So I got that opportunity to like interact with animals, or I can put it nature. And the good part about it that made me to fall in love with it is I would get a guide that speak my language. They'll explain everything from the scratch. If we're talking about trees, how do we plant it? How do we nurture it? When we talk about pets or animals, from the scratch in my own language. So I was like, wow, if he's that old and he has this kind of knowledge. And while I was still at home, I used to have stories about animals and get scared. But the moment I'm in the protected areas, I feel somehow like this thing, it's beautiful. So that's when I started to like, when they come back home, ask my grandfather, as somebody that I knew from the protected areas. And then while growing up, my friends knew that I love planting trees. And there was this program by GCC, and he was like, just go for it. Don't check your educational background, just go for it. And I went for an interview. With that thing, yeah, I just love nature, nothing else. I didn't know how deep it was because I was like moving away from it since I'm focusing on my education. But the moment I went there and find my boss Matt and one of our board members, Kate, and then when I started having conversation with them, and I was like, okay, I feel like my life for this, it's deeper than I wanted to be a receptionist or an administrator. I think I want this. I think I love this. And they were like, how are you planning on doing that? And I'm like, I'll just ask around. Whom are you asking? Everybody that is on the sector. So that's how my love for nature just developed in that way. Thank you.
For that. And it's very important that you mention that because I know some of you are scared of cows. When we all go home, we run away from the cows and the ducks. So an alternative way of life is very different for some people. Lefa, as an environmental educator working with young people, what have you found are the challenges or barriers faced by young girls and women in joining the field or being interested in nature conservation?
Hello, everyone. Okay, I think the barriers are the young ladies don't have enough information about wildlife areas and conservation. So if you don't have information, you can't go for something that you don't have information with. And another thing I think is because of as women, sometimes we are not considered in some of positions. So the young ladies think that in conservation, mostly men are the ones who get higher positions and stuff. So that is why the young ladies distance themselves from these conservation areas. And I also think that because of the change of environment, like, okay, for example, I grew up in the cities and thinking of the career that is inside the reserve, like I'll ask myself, how can I survive out there? So yeah, I think those are the challenges that keep them away from these careers.
Interesting thing is that Interesting thing is that I had a conversation with these ladies in the morning, and they were like, "We don't have TV. We don't watch TV." I'm like, "How? How do you survive?" So that was an interesting thing to hear. Levine, you have mentioned so much of your accomplishments. I just want to ask, are there any female mentors or role models who have inspired your career in wildlife conservation? How have they influenced your path and perspective?
Definitely. Womanda, forward we go. So my mentors were our sister program, the Black Mamba Anti-Poaching Unit. These are 36 ladies, like I said. They're walking in a big 5 reserve. They are lions, elephant, and they're walking on foot. And, they're patrolling the boundary fence unarmed. And this is what really ticks me is because they don't want communities that are full of orphans and widows. So they don't carry rifles. The aim is not to kill people, but to deter the poachers from coming into the reserve. So they are on boots on the ground. Hence, I'm representing them, and I'm not in heels. Well, the secret is I can't walk in heels anymore. But just to see them being these role models, and we can look up to them because now they've taken this job that is called, it's a man's job. And getting these ladies that are from the villages, and how we always stigmatize, like, yeah, a woman must have kids, clean the house, cook, and here they are, 21 days far from home, into these big reserves. And there's one story that they would share with us. Later would mention that, once they encounter nature's nature again. They came across lions, and these cubs were so interested in what's this camouflage tree moving around happening here. So they were interested, but mama was not having it. So she thought they wanted to take her cubs, and she was coming out for them. But miraculously, I don't know how they did it, but she mentions how she carried her colleague, who's my size, with her belt up a tree. Like the way I'm telling you, this is how she's explaining it. Up a tree. And how she got into the tree was also a mystery. But just, we always go like, yes, we from the city, and they're in the rural villages, but they're doing it. So they motivate me so much, and I really look up to them. And always, as much as I pat myself, I pat them double to say, you know what, you are making it possible.
Thank you for that. Not every boss babe is in heels. There's more to that. So, Promise, what skills and qualifications do you believe are essential for young women aspiring to work in the wildlife sector?
So I'll start with the skills. So in wildlife sector, we have soft skills and hard skills. So I'll speak for myself first. I'm a soft skill person. So yeah, I do communicate when it's necessary, share information if I need to. So I'll start with soft skills. First skill is communication. When you're in the wildlife sector, you need to communicate. Make everybody your family. I like the fact that somebody mentioned something about family. In the wildlife sector, we are family. You had her mentioning that one lady was stuck and they have to put her up. So that's one thing you need to communicate with people that you work with strongly. Make them your brothers, your sister, so that you get more information about everything that is happening around the reserve. You heard her, she said that she works with rural areas, but she's from the city. If there was no communication, she won't be making ads. So it's all about you communicating with the right people. Second thing, it's teamwork. So everything that we do, it's all about teamwork. If it wasn't for the team that organized this whole thing, we wouldn't be here today. So in wildlife areas, you need to work with your team. The moment they say Lifa is your colleague, you should know that Lifa is on my team. If you were to go on a training and they'll say, in a count of 5, wake up, you're 10. You need to know who's missing. So working as a team. If somebody is missing, you need to you should be there. So critical thinking. So you need to think. Because they mentioned something about encountering lions and elephants. If we were to like close our eyes here and we just open up and just find an elephant, what is it that you do? Everybody will start screaming, right? But if you think ahead, you know that I don't have to make noise, I don't have to scream, I don't have to run. So if you're not running away from it, there's a possibility that something you were thinking it won't happen. So I'm gonna go to the hard skills. That's everybody's like afraid of, because when they think about being in the wildlife sector, they think about being physically fit. Not everybody on the wildlife sectors go to the bush and do the stuff. I'm gonna speak for myself again. I've never went to the bush and just track animals. But I have knowledge about animals. I'm always teaching my kids about it at schools. But that's the thing. We shouldn't always think about lions chasing you out there. We can also think about something else, being a manager, being an educational somebody, tour guide, a chef. There's a lot of things that you can think of in a wildlife space that a lot of people don't know about. So these are the soft skills and the hard skills that are there. But everybody's just thinking about the hard skills. When you come out from here today, please erase the hard things that you think of about the wildlife. Being fit. Yes, you can see these two ladies. Are you sure they're fit? Are you sure? Why? Because they work on the reserve? Why? They look fit. They just look fit. I'll just put it that way. I'm joking. But it's not all about that. You can have other skills and work at the reserve space. So I'll speak about the qualifications that you might have to think about when you come out of here. There are many universities that offers environmental education, or I can say facilitation, or natural environment, or environmental science. So Pretoria offers that, University of Mpumalanga, and you heard her saying or talking about her university. You can go to her university and just do those careers that I've just mentioned. But you can be like me. I didn't do that, but my communication and my love brought me to this space. As long as you communicate with the right people. Because I ain't going to talk about only education, but everything that you have, you can make it work. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And with what you mentioned about education, I think you can also approach Lefa, who graduated from the Southern African Wildlife College's bridging course. So not everybody needs conventional qualification from university. You can go through other routes. We are short of time. Again, I'll mention it. So I'm just going to wrap up my final question, if you don't mind, and then you guys will go out for breakaway to your breakaway rooms where you can ask further questions. The last question I will have is for Lefa. It's in relation to skills as well. So tying in with skills, you utilize the digital learning platform. How do you think technology and innovation are impacting the field of wildlife conservation?
Okay, thank you. I think technology has a huge impact in conservation nowadays because they've discovered that there are so many poaching experiences that are happening, and now they've come up with a plan to track those endangered animals, putting collars on the animals so that they can track each and every movement of the animals. And also for our program, the Future Rangers program, we have this app. We use the app to track our students.
That's where we put our lessons, our activities, so that when this kid is out she wants to go to university or want to apply for a job, we can give her her profile. She can use it as a reference or experience so that she can give to the conservation sector to say, this is what I did with Global Conservation Corps. So that can help her in finding that career opportunity or learnerships or educational experience. Yeah, so, and also in communication, as we work in the bush, we have rangers there. They work in the bush each and every day. So they can use those things. What are those things? Yeah, those what is it called? Yeah? The antennas. When they're outside there to communicate with each other, to know what's happening this side and what's happening this side. So yeah, technology has a very big impact on conservation.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, ladies, for this conversation. And I do hope that you got something out of it. And I know a lot of you are thinking, oh, nature conservation and all of that. We see in the news, we see everywhere we go. Who knows the SDGs? Do you guys know about the SDGs? Okay, I'm giving you homework to go and learn about the SDGs. Everywhere you go, we are talking about climate change. We are talking about conserving our environment. So this is a very open sector for you to go into. So right now, without any further delay, we are going to go into our different breakaway sessions. There are people assisting outside from Anglo that have lollipop-shaped banners. So depending on the color of your sticker, you will follow that color that they have. So we have blue for wildlife. If you're blue, you are in wildlife. If you are pink, I almost forgot, I almost said orange. If you're pink, you are in, just a reminder, pink is ICT, yes. Pink is ICT, and then yellow is mining. So please follow the correct banner. And then after 30 minutes of being in that session, how many minutes? 30 minutes in being in that session, you will get the opportunity to rotate to the next session. So you'll not be there for the whole remainder of the time. So please follow the correct people. They will be at the back assisting you. May you please be back by 4 o'clock. Everybody must be seated by 5 to 4. So please.
If you come to Anglo American's new building, 144 Oxford is an amazing building. I mean, it's so new age. It's the ability to grab a coffee with a colleague. And then really from a wellness perspective, Anglo American's been amazing. We've got a gym on the same floor that I work on. It's just so fresh. Being in the mining industry and having stayed here for 23 years, I've had 9 different roles in the last 2 decades, all of them very different. But there's one common link. No matter what technology transformation agenda we had, it being successful if we got the people part of the equation right. And that dynamic, together with the technology lens, is what excites me and probably what led me to this role. During my career, often the work that I had to do spanned various countries because we've got operations throughout the world. And if I think about it, what it does is it allows you not only to open your mind to new opportunities, to new thinking, just that diversity of thought, but it allows you to be more sympathetic and empathetic to the challenges that people face in their local context. From that perspective, when Anglo thinks about its purpose, reimagining mining to improve people's lives, it's really around all of the lives that we touch. It's not just the ore in the ground or the product that we put onto a rail. So when we look for graduates, when we look for learnerships, we are very, very deliberate into tapping into that massive talent pool that sits around our host communities, so that the value that Anglo American brings to these communities is felt, it's real, and really making that sustainable difference through jobs, through livelihoods, and through education.
Okay, guys, I trust you all had a great session in our breakaways. So we're just gonna do a bit of a summary, Nyana. I'll just choose one person from the groups that we had on our breakaways. So for ICT, I'll have Martha. Then, okay, then.
And then for wildlife, I would like to identify one young lady in the middle. Yes.
Okay. Then can we have a volunteer for mining? Mining, anyone? Just a summary.
Someone who was very interested. Okay, you got one.
Who's the mic?
Oh, right.
Good afternoon. My name is Martha Maleka, and I am from Maharishi Invincibility High School, all the way in the CBD. So I've learned a lot really today. I'm not gonna lie, both in mining, ICT, wildlife, and from my family, to be honest, my sister is the only girl that went to university and she studies medicine. So obviously the stereotype in my family is I want my child to do medicine. There's no child of mine that's not gonna do medicine. So today, with what I've learned today, with how broad ICT is, with everything and how you can go into programming, web development and everything, I can go back to my family and tell them, hey guys, you're losing out. This world is broad, it's big. So thank you so much. You've learnt a lot, more especially for a young girl as me and my colleagues as well. Didn't really know much. We're still not clear. We're getting there. But thank you guys for guiding us, taking us through. And especially now, because it's a lot of information that we're supposed to absorb. So we're not really not sure. We're trying to figure out, okay, if this one is right, maybe I can do this, because even in class, when we do subject choices, I was like, I want to become a female president. And they're like, why? I was like, okay, why not me then? Those are the questions we're supposed to be asking, So I was like, okay, I can do it. If you always say to others, the sky is the limit. So what's stopping me? So thank you so much once again.
Greetings once again. My name is Busisi Iwe. I'll be talking a little bit about wildlife. We've learned so much. When we got into the room, we didn't have much, and then we didn't know much about it. So we, the learners from St. Vincent, learned so many things, and independently we got to learn about opportunities. And this is not something that I thought of before. So when we got into the room, we asked a lot of questions. We got to understand as deaf learners as well. So we got to hear about other opportunities in the sector, things that we could think about, and also things that we could pursue in the wildlife sector. We still have to learn many things because it looks like it's not an easy sector to be involved in, but it was interesting for us to learn. There is nothing for us to be afraid of. Many opportunities and access, we could have access to a lot of opportunities in there. We can dream it, and we've also learned that it is broad and there are many other things that are involved in it. So we can choose something in the industry. So even if we don't have much skill in it, and then we can learn more. So the knowledge was so much and overwhelming, so many things to do. So we've heard also about work opportunities. That there are things that we can aspire for and to do that go with us. things about wildlife. So we've been motivated to work hard and know more and think deeply about this. And then maybe it's something one can pursue. Me, myself, I feel I can, I get, and all of us can get into this. You go, girl. Thank you for inviting us. And thank you, as deaf people, we would like to develop more. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
It's me. It's me. It's me. Thank you very much. Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melissa, and I am from Chief Albert Luthuli Primary School number 2, and I attend an after-school organization called Positive Vibrations Art Foundation of Hope for Girls. We actually dance, and all thanks to this beautiful woman standing in front of me. Thank you. So I came here while I did my research, but I cannot say I crammed it, but I learned a few things about mining, and when I got here, we all got in our sectors, and I did learn a lot about mining, and one thing I know about mining is that mining is all about extracting the minerals from the earth. And women should think about being in the mining sector, because just to think you can sit in an office with the air conditioner, just as, I cannot remember who said it, but you can sit in an office with the air conditioner, and with the help of technology, you can mine, sitting comfortably. Thank you. So, women, I think you should, if you want to do medicine, please change your thoughts and start thinking about the mining. I'm not compelling you, but I'm just saying, nje. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I am Jessica Gegana, and a representative in the Young Urban Women at Africa Cocoon. What I learned in mining, I first came in here with the mentality that it is dominated by men, but then today my perspective has changed, that women are actually in and they're dominating, they're taking up space. And what I've also taken from today is that when an opportunity comes, I must grab it with both hands, and I must learn from the people who have been through the path that I'm going. And also, I've learned about the PIT program and the bursaries offered, the Kumba bursary that is offered. And also, I would just like to say that mining is interesting, as it is also now including people in the IT sector, such as people in the automation and people who are doing data analyst. And I'm looking forward to also being part of in the mining industry in the IT field. Thank you.
All right. So thank you so much to all the sponsors, and thank you so much to Anglo American, first and foremost, for this opportunity. And I think most of it, we're thinking that, okay, it's just the high schoolers who are learning something, but I think also for everybody who is out of school, we've learned something. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and also for all the organizations that were outside for making it here today, all the organizations that brought the young people in this room. Thank you so much, and keep doing the good work. I'm just going to hand everything over to Ms. Kutlwano. I'm right? To just wrap up the session and today. Thank you so much, ladies.
Okay, I'll do that. And hello, everybody. But before I get started with you, I just want us to actually give our MCs a round of applause. How brilliant were they? Our MCs were amazing. I think you guys did a fabulous job. I will book you. I think you guys were amazing. And if we've got a bit of, well, a token of appreciation for the both of you, and I'll start with you. Thank you, Andile. And you'll go next, Mamiki. Enjoy your gift. Yes, how are we all feeling? I like to check in. How are we all feeling? What's the mood like? Are we inspired? It was a lot to take in, wasn't it? I myself have learned I'm inspired. I must also say that I'm actually even inspired by you, our guests. The way I can see that everybody has a dream. And if we remember what Ndate Chris said in the morning, our dreams are valid. We can still dream, and we must dream beyond. I see future presidents, I see future diplomats, I see future scientists, I see accountants, I see those in the wildlife space, I see so many brilliant people in this room. And everybody in this room is gonna succeed because we're putting it out there, right? Brilliant. So before I do my closing, there's some things that I heard today that really stood out for me. Mamiki spoke about acting. At times we dream, right? We dream a lot. We think about things that we want to achieve. We think about things that we want to get to. But first thing first, it's getting started. Get started. Do something about it. Don't just dream because it's not going to come to you. You know, as they say, I don't know how to speak Zulu, but you won't get it. Elimo koning. You must go, and you must go for it. And taking up spaces. I loved when I think we had someone in the audience. They said that, you know, they believe in taking up spaces, and I remember that was Zuzbini's term, and that's how she introduced herself to the world. And I like the fact that that term is now being used, and that term is now we are owning it. It's part of us. So let's continue to take up those spaces. And being here, someone said that being here makes me feel like I'm doing something right. You are doing something right. You're doing something right about your future. So go out and be the best person that you can. And I'm just saying that it's been a beautiful day, highly inspired by this day, hearing today's speakers speak about different things, lots of gems to take in, some things that I've noted for myself to go and learn. And I think this is also for us, the professionals that are in this room. We must remember that it's not just also for the students. We must never stop learning from different people from all walks of life. And we just need to used all those gems that we got today to use for our future success. And yeah, I just want to just talk about Good Governance Africa. When they approached us, and this was Gail and the team, my colleagues, they're not here. They're busy with some other critical things in the business, other things. But we just thought to ourselves, why not? Today it's International Girl Child, and this is the day that we want to expose all of you to the different industries that are there. We want you to see what's out there for you, and we want to also celebrate you. So this is your moment as well. Be proud of being a young girl in South Africa. Don't be despondent. You are going to change. The South Africa that you want to see is going to be here. It lies here. I see it. I see people that are going to make great strides across. And we're so happy that we've collaborated with Good Governance Africa in this beautiful, beautiful initiative. And I just want to thank you, Gail, for just inviting us to be part of it. And I'll just, in terms of thanking, we had great sponsors that have come through, and I'd like to actually just acknowledge all of them. We've got Boston City College. They've given bursaries with over 150,000, as we've mentioned, and they're still available. There's still more bursaries. So those that are actually school leavers, that don't have a plan, or those that are in matric that are not worried about what their plans is, maybe today's your destiny. This is where you are actually going to match your destiny, and you're going to get that opportunity. Telkom Foundation for funding towards this conference and ongoing workshops that are currently happening. We also want to thank Mail and Guardian as a media partner. Palesa Pads for the donations for the pads. Mina Cups for their donating the Mina Cups. Rotary International for their donation, Dr. Ela in her absence for the breathing exercises, and I hope you'll use those tools, ladies. I'm hoping that the tools that we learned, you know, around the flower and the straw, Remember that, because sometimes life does get overwhelming. It's there, it happens. But use those tools when you're in those moments. That's why we gave you that portion, just so that you focus on mindfulness. That is very critical and important. Africa Tikkun, thank you. Our MCs Andile and Mamiki, brilliant, brilliant. I can't wait to see you on TV doing other great work. And Aluta Nal, digital artist and ICT, as well as our speakers from Southern Labs, Global Conservation Corporation, SA Women in ICT, Trans Frontier Africa, as well as our project sponsor, Sis Linda, thank you. You were with us from the beginning. I remember we were in a little boardroom and we were still brainstorming how this is all going to come together. So this is also your day. I hope you're celebrating your day. And overall, the Good Governance Africa team for showing professionalism and coming through and making sure that this event is a success. And to our esteemed guests, which I have in front of me right now, I just hope this experience has shown you that you're capable of anything and everything that you want to be. Everything sits in the palm of your hands. It all starts with you. You know, I don't know if you have heard this. Some people will be born from different backgrounds, but it's about what you put in. And what you put in is really, really what you get out. I liked what my colleague Dorinthia said earlier on when she was talking about taking the stairs. And what I mean by what I liked what she said, because it's never easy. It's never easy. And she'll tell you, Marna, who was giving the talk around mining and what she's doing in the program, Marna studies hard. It's not that she decided she was sleeping and then she got her A's. She can even take you through what she does to make sure that she stays on top of her game. And that is what puts her aside from the rest. Remember to continue studying and doing the best that you can in everything that you can do. And it's not easy, but remember that you can do it. You must tell yourselves that you can do it. As we leave the auditorium, we've got special packs. Some are already in your bags and others are outside waiting for you. So before I conclude, I'm going to just give my colleagues from Palesa Pads, we've partnered with them. It's a little sponsorship bucket from us as Anglo American that we want to give to each and every one of you. The hygiene products are actually really, really good, but you need to also manage yourself when you're using it. They're very good for women, especially when it's that time of the month. So if I can ask you to just please come in faith and share your story. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Faith from Palesa Pads. Okay, I think I'm good. All right, thank you. So I'm going to try my best to summarize the whole pet demo so that you understand what this product is, how to use it, how to wash it. And I'm also going to try my best not to look at Gudrana because she gave me 2 minutes. Okay, so Palesa pads are washable, reusable sanitary pads. And I know that when someone hears reusable in the same sentence as sanitary pads, it automatically makes you feel, you know, but I'll put you out of that really just now. So basically they are color coded to help you pick the correct size for your flow. So we have here the pink pad. Okay, it's a bit tricky with one hand. Let me just do that. So the pink pad is what we call the mini pad, right? It's for light flow or panty liner. Yes, okay, thank you so much. And then we have the midi pad, which is green in color. This is for regular flow. And then we have the maxi pad, blue in color, which is for your heavy flow. Then we have the black pad, gray inside. This is for your very heavy flow or nighttime use. So I do have a pair of clean undies over here to just show you how to put them on. So if you look at, okay, let me use this one. Okay, are we winning? Okay. So if you look at the pad, you'll see there are 2 snaps on there. That is to help you fit so let's say if you want them tighter, you'll clip it on the second snap. If you want it to be a bit looser, you clip it on the first one. No, on the second, and then tighter on the second one. So this is how it looks, right? And then basically, it's like how it is when you have your disposable pad. The difference is that this is far more comfortable. It has a stay dry feeling because of the kind of material that is used on it, all right? So let's say you're done using it. You've taken it off now, and you want to wash it. So you take it off, and then you fold it back into an envelope shape, like it was when you took it out, and then you take it home to wash, right? And then say you're home, and you don't have to worry about the smell, because the truth is, the smell does not come from the blood, your period, nothing like that. It's just a stigma. So basically, that blood, that smell that you get during your period is a clash of your blood and the chemicals used in disposable pads. So they clash, and that's why there's that smell. But if you think about it, if you leak onto your panties, your pajamas, or your bed, you don't get the smell because it's pure cloth, right? So you get home, you want to wash your pad. Here it is. It's a soiled pad. You open it, click it back to how it was when it was in your undies, and then put it in soapy water, cold soapy water, and leave it for an hour. So basically, you don't have to get in there like that unless you're in a rush and you want to, but you don't have to, because if you leave it in there, all the blood comes out on its own. The kind of materials used here makes it easy for the blood to come out of it, right? And then, quickly, so you've washed them, they're clean. Now you want to rinse them. So you're gonna pour out the water, pour more clean water, and then you're gonna have in your bucket a bottle of white spirit vinegar. You pour the bottle cap and then put it in your clean water, mix it up. So that helps get rid of bacteria. You put it in the water and then let it rinse for about maybe 30 minutes, and then you can get it out and hang it. So when you're ready to hang it, you'll see on your buckets, you'll find something like this. So this is what we call a drying clip, right? So now, I won't take all of it out, but it's like that, and then you get a hanger, any normal hanger, then you clip it on, all right? Oof. Okay. And then, take your clean pads, you could just hang them on your drying clip. Nice, right? Yeah, so if you happen to have more pads, you can hang them at the back as well, or also hang them on each other if you want to be fancy. So, quite quickly, just to take you through, I don't know if you're going to see this, but this is a cut-up pad to show you what is inside of your pad, so you can also feel more secure when you try it out. So there are quite a few layers inside. So on the top here, we have the layer that is so comfortable. It's sports fabric, so it's comfortable, and it's meant to draw moisture away from your body to give you a stay dry feeling when you're wearing it. So just be careful not to forget that you're wearing it. That's how comfortable it is. And then inside, we have the absorbent layer, which is the microfiber layer. We know microfiber is really great with absorbing. And then at the back, which is the most important layer, is the waterproof layer, right? So it covers the entire pad, so there's no chance of it leaking. Right? Yeah, so I think I've pretty much covered my 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faith, for that. You've done a brilliant job, and I hope you all use these. I see that a lot of people in the room, others were a bit uncomfortable, but others were quite comfortable. I think it all depends on age. Okay. Yes.
Yes, you do. I just want to quickly say huge thank you to sponsors such as Anglo American, because for Cherie to even do this, it was because she had read an article that says girls, drop out of school because they don't have pads. So then you get amazing sponsors such as these who buy them in bulk and give them to the ladies for free. So much so that 800,000 of those pads have been bought, and 125,000 girls have been kept in school because of such amazing sponsors. So please give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I'm going to invite Regina. Oh, there's a question. Okay, can we do the question maybe with Faith outside because of time? Sorry, colleagues. Or is it for everyone? Okay. Yes, thank you so much for that. I'll answer it. I actually have the answer. It's 5 years, correct, Faith? Yes, for the lifespan, you can use it for over 5 years. So you can repeat it, it's durable. So you can always just use it.
I don't have a mic.
Mike? So you've got another gift that's in your blue bag, and it's coming from Mina Cups.
No, I can say something. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So my name is Regina Marin Ndlovu, and I am a Mina champion. If you guys look into your bags, you're going to find a Mina menstrual cup. It looks like this. There's two types. One is a regular and one is a small one. So it also has a pamphlet inside the cup where you can get details on how to contact us so we can come to your school and actually do a facilitation, because we have to facilitate and tell you how this Mina Cup works. If you get one Mina Cup now, you don't have to buy menstrual products for the next 10 years. And it's made out of medical grade silicone, the very same silicone that people put in their breasts and their bums. So it's very safe. It doesn't cause you any stains or rashes or any of those experiences that you get during our period. And I'm sure you're all wondering, how do you use it? How do you what? So the pamphlet explains, and we are also on social media to help you actually guide you on how to use the Mina Cup. It's got 3 folds that you put, and you can actually stay with the Mina Cup for about 8 hours or 6 to 6. You can sleep with the Mina Cup, you can pee with the Mina Cup, you can bath with the Mina Cup, and you can just have that amazing, amazing time. That's how powerful this Mina Cup does. And at the Mina Foundation, we are also on a mission to eradicate period poverty, where we want to make sure that none of you guys have to miss a day at school because you don't have any menstrual products. And on top of that, we don't just tell you about the menstrual cup, but we tell you to say, today is International Girl Child. We've spoken a lot about empowerment and how strong we have to be and how great our journeys are. But along that path, we face certain challenges, we face certain tragedies, and nobody's saying, what do I do when tomorrow something bad happens? So I'm just going to fill in that gap to say, as I stand here, a woman with albinism, been through discrimination, been through 15 rapes, 11 suicides, community hate because people believe my condition is a curse, it's a sham, it's all those kind of things. I've been kidnapped, and because of all these things, I hated myself. I attempted 11 suicides. And I thought I had no hope, I had no life, I had no hope of saying tomorrow is going to happen. But today, as I speak to you, because I've got a higher power called God, I'm a professional actress, I'm a motivational speaker, I'm an ambassador. So as you go on this journey, even if you bump into something, get back on your wheel and keep moving. It's not how your story starts, but it's how you decide to end it. So thank you so much to everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
And I can say we certainly are wrapping up with a big bang, aren't we? Very exciting. Thank you so much, Regina, as well as Faith. for doing the little demos for us, just so that everybody understands how everything works. And just before we do our closing, we are going to invite our colleagues or our learners from St. Vincent to just come up and do a musical item, so we will all be observing. We had our students from Ekurhuleni this morning. Now we are ending off with our students from St. Vincent just to do a demonstration, a musical demonstration. As we all know, sign language is the 12th language, official language within South Africa. So I think it's all with us learning it. And for those that are interested in learning, St. Vincent hosts classes every Saturday morning at the school if you'd like to learn the language. Thanks. For free. And you know what? I think it's a good career, because once you know how to do sign language, I think you'll have a good career path as well.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, hello. Now I'm going to be teaching you basic sign language.
The first thing we're going to teach you, the basic sign language, is what? Good morning. So if you see, you take your hand like this, and you say good morning, or two fingers like this, and we say afternoon. So, afternoon, and then how are you? I'm fine.
I'm going to teach you something. What is your name?
My name is Ntumaleng. What is your name?
My name is Portia.
Okay, so everybody, let's do it with me. Your name, what?
My name, what?
Who wants to volunteer to learn how to spell their names? Okay, just put your hands up and... Maybe we can have 2 or 3 people to volunteer to come to the front, and we will help you spell your name. Okay, you can just come to the front. Okay, so we need 1 more. We have 2. 1 more. Okay, yes, you at the back, you can come. Do you have your paper with you, with the alphabets? Okay, so let's start. What is your name? can I give you a sign name?
Why she gave you that name?
So the lady here, her sign name is. See, so she gave her the sign name because of her beautiful eyelashes. So, my name is.
What? H-U-G-U-H-U. H-U-H.
G. Gugu.
Gugu.
Gugu. Well done. My name is.
Name.
So in sign language, we use different structures. So it's not going to be my name is. You're going to say name, mine, what.
What is this? Name, mine, what? P A E T E R. Hi, Peter.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. We are running out of time. So if we can just ask everybody to maybe take a seat. Okay, so the last part we just want to tell you guys about.
So what is a sign name? A sign name, this is how you sign name.
So if you meet a deaf person, normally you ask, what is your sign name? Okay, so let's everybody do it quickly. What is your sign name? So yours, sign name, what?
A sign name means that a deaf people is like a deaf person identifies you the way they see you. So explaining your name or having to spell it out, it wastes time. So they just give you a sign name and it describes you.
Yes, so for example, mine is Brucey because of my eyelashes. So a different example that we'll quickly go through. Say, hi, how are you? I'm fine, thanks.
Your sign name what?
Lesejo. Why is my name Lesejo? Because of my eyebrows. Thank you very much. Yes. I'm sorry.
Can we all get settled? That was amazing. I hope we've learned, and it was so good to see everyone in the room learning and wanting to learn. As I have said before, we do have classes. St. Vincent offers classes for free. If you'd like to learn sign language, they're just next door to our building in Rosebank, and their classes are free Saturday mornings. You can reach out to the school receptionist. She can give you all the details, and you can learn sign language. And I think that will be brilliant for all of us to know how to say hi, bye, and also to interpret. As you can see, our colleagues that are with us today, they are on another level. I wish I could get to their level. That's how great they are. Blondie, I see you are cautioning me on screen. Oh, can we please cross over to Blondie for interpretation? Thank you. Bastian, thanks. That side, thank you. Brilliant. Thank you so much for that, Blondie. And thank you so much to the St. Vincent team for that beautiful item. I think a lot of us and everyone that's in the room has learned something. Blondie, I keep bothering you around thank you. I hope I know how to do it by the time we finish the program. But just to thank everyone, we are already on the clock. It's been a brilliant day. It's been a motivating day. I'm left inspired, and I hope that, and more than anything, humbled by the young minds that are in the room that are going to shake and shape the country that we live in. And as you leave, continue, just be safe. Please follow your teachers to your buses, and they'll show you how to exit the venue, and as well as make sure that you get on the right bus and you don't get left behind. Before you leave, there are packs that are waiting for you. Please make sure that you collect just one pack for Palesa Pads. Make sure that you take your blue bags. And thank you, everyone, and have a lovely, lovely evening. Travel safely. Thank you.